It's driving.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
Great closing. That's great. Thank you guys. Again, thank you for being a part of District Dialogue. You've heard many holiday tips throughout this broadcast. Just be safe, be focused, and do family, and enjoy your holidays. This
Yes,
is
sir.
Commissioner Mitchell on District Dialogue. Have a great holiday season.
Good evening. The December 17, 2019 meeting of the Douglas County Board of Commissioners will come to order, and we are pleased to have with us this evening Fire Chief Scott Spencer to lead us in our invocation. And after the invocation, please remain standing for our pledge to the flag.
Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we just thank you, Lord, for this season where we get to celebrate the birth of your Son. We thank you for sending him to this earth to save us. Lord, I ask that the commissioners, as they undertake the last meeting of the year, Lord, that you be with them. You give them guidance, you give them discernment. Lord, you give them clarity of mind. Lord, I thank you for all of our department heads, Lord, and all the things that they do throughout the year to help keep this county running. We have a special blessing, Lord, on all of our military folks that are deployed overseas. Just be with them, Lord, as they may not be with their families this year during this holiday season. Lord, we just once again ask you to bless this county, this state, and this nation, and everything that we do would be pleasing to you. And it's in your Son's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Fire Chief Spencer, thank you so much for being here with us this evening and leading us with our invocation. And good evening to the citizens of Douglas County. We value your voice and appreciate your participation in county government. Clerk, I believe you said we've had 2 citizens sign up today, and just wanted to make it clear that your subject matter in this particular meeting has to be germane to the agenda. So I will call Ms. Sharon Buckle. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. If you could come forward, and your subject matter is budget. And if you could just restate your name and give us your address, please.
Sharon Bachtel, 6331 South Skyline Drive, Douglasville. First of all, good evening and Merry Christmas.
Good evening.
I have been watching the BOC meetings and have read the budget retreat minutes, and I have a few comments. First, I would like to say to the tax commissioner, just because you collect the money, it does not entitle you to a bigger share of the pot. We elect commissioners to decide how the money is spent. Second, some of our commissioners are asking $30,000 for assistance to help them do their jobs. Did they not know what is expected of them when they ran for office? They are following down the path of the coroner, hiring others to do their job. Third, I heard in a transportation meeting that the architect requested $22,000 more for the transportation center. Mr. Watson states that he has an extra $22,000 in his budget, which they can then request a grant and get reimbursed 80%. A grant is still tax money and extra money in the budget. Fourth, the commission is asking for an increase in their expense allowance. So I looked at some of the receipts. I saw a receipt for transportation from home to the courthouse for $35 to Global. The same trip by Uber on another receipt was $15. If they had used the fixed route bus system, which has a stop at that street, it would have cost the taxpayers $1. So $35, $15, and $1. Is that good stewardship of our tax dollars? In the budget minutes, it was stated that the BOC has been overspending their budget since 2015. Whenever budget adjustments are requested, the BOC votes it through every time. Before the vote, Ms. Holman should be called on every time to verify that there is money in the till for the adjustment. This commission has been talking about raising the millage rate. A commissioner stated that the county is growing, so they need more money. If the population is growing, doesn't that mean there will be more taxpayers? I am asking the commissioners to control their spending. My commissioner has stated in the past that she wants to take care of her senior citizens. Well, I am a senior citizen who lives in her district, and I am living on Social Security. When the commissioners fail to cut budgets, control spending, and raise our taxes, then the taxpayers are the ones who are forced to cut their budgets. Is that fair?
Thank you so much, Mrs. Sharon Bockel. We appreciate your contribution to county government, and certainly will take your concerns under advisement. Thank you so much. Next, we have Mr. Larry Pierce. Mr. Pierce, if you could come forward, please. Just keep in mind, we have a 3-minute limit. And all right.
Have to make a
3
New Year's
minute limit.
resolution.
And your subject matter tonight is on tab number 4 regarding the county code of ordinances by creating a new chapter 15, offenses and miscellaneous provisions, disorderly conduct. You may
Want
begin.
my name and address also?
Yes, please, give us your address, restate your name for me, and then give us your address. And
Larry Pierce, 4120 Van Sant Road, Douglasville, Georgia. First thing I'd like to say is something probably y'all don't ever hear very often. And if you remember Andy Williams, it's Mele Kaliki Maka, Merry Christmas in Hawaiian, and a Maka Hiki Ho, which is Happy New Year. And what I wanted to do tonight is first speak about the difference between marijuana and vaping, so you have a quickie education on it, 101. I've been trying to study it ever since this ordinance came up. Even though I grew up in the hippie days around Atlanta, I wasn't involved with all those hippie people. So now, to begin with, it's startling. There is approximately 500 words that only mean something to people that do drugs. This was taken out of a medical journal, and I gave the solicitor a copy of it. It's 6 pages, and there's about 500 terms. Now, to understand, you'd be surprised what you think you know and what you don't know. Believe it or not, this pack of cigarettes here, right here, I don't smoke. So I went and spent $4, thought it was $3.30. The guy said, nope, that's for 1 pack. You got to buy 2 packs, and it's $3.30 each. So this 1 pack cost me $4. Believe it or not, that cigarette and pack weighs a hair less than an ounce. 1 ounce, okay? So I want you to think about that. Ann Jones mentioned something about oregano. So I went in my cupboard to see if my wife left me any oregano. And believe it or not, it's still there. I've never used it. I'm not sure what it's used for. That is approximately an ounce of oregano. I assure you, it's oregano, okay? That's 1 ounce, okay? This here, if you ever need to question what you're mailing, is a handy thing. 10 pennies equal 1 ounce, and you can only mail 1 ounce on a postage stamp. So that's 1 ounce of 10 pennies. Now, what does it look like in lead? That little fishing weight is 1 ounce. 1 ounce, that's it. Now, what I want to show you is that years ago, when you talk about marijuana, I didn't know this scale existed. Funniest thing you ever heard. I go to the smartphone, a friend of mine does. I said, look up marijuana scale. You're not going to believe this. This company here never made marijuana scales. But here it is. It's a marijuana scale. This marijuana scale is the way the float in a carburetor. Carburetors have not been used since a few years ago. So I'm trying to show you the difference here and to tell you that the marijuana use will be on the increase because of vaping publicity. So it's coming up strong, and this ordinance I want to talk about in a few more minutes. Thank you.
you're welcome, Mr. Pierce. Thank you so much. We appreciate you, and we'll take this matter under advisement.
I don't know what oregano is used for. Anybody know? Okay.
All right, we're going to move on, Board of Commissioners. Can you all hear me? Seems like my mic is not working tonight. Can you all hear me out there? Thank you so much. Next, we'll move on to the approval of our minutes, Board of Commissioners. Board of Commissioners, you have the minute meeting of the commission meeting of December 3rd, 2019, the work session minutes of December 2nd, 2019, and the executive session minutes of December 2nd, 2019. Are there any corrections, additions, or deletions that need to be made?
None.
Okay, with that being none, the minutes stand approved as presented. Next, we have a public hearing, which is tab number 4, to consider amending the Douglas County Code of Ordinances by creating a new Chapter 15, which is comprised of offenses and miscellaneous provisions, and is regarding disorderly conduct. We have our own Solicitor General here tonight, Ms. Sonia Compton. If you could just come up and share with the Board of Commissioners. Thank you so much, Solicitor General Compton, for being here. If you could just expound on this new, this ordinance that you're presenting, putting before the Board of Commissioners, if you could expound.
Yes, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I'd like to talk a little bit about this ordinance proposal that I've submitted for you all to consider. What this ordinance proposal will do will create an offense called disorderly conduct. And in this proposal, it describes what the disorderly conduct offenses are. Number 1A says, it shall be unlawful for any person within the limits of the county to engage in any act of disorderly conduct as defined and declared in subsection B of this section. And subsection B describes acts that are considered disorderly conduct. For instance, no person shall appear in an intoxicated state. No person shall be in any manner in possession of less than 1 ounce of marijuana. And Mr. Pierce gave you an example of what 1 ounce of marijuana looks like. But less than that is considered a misdemeanor by the state of Georgia. It also, this ordinance also addresses acts of loitering and prowling, loud noises, disruptions of churches, and other acts. But I think the issue before you all today, of course, is the less than 1 ounce of marijuana. I'd like to go explain a little bit about that. Right now, because of the new hemp law, it is difficult for the law enforcement to prove that the substance called marijuana is actually marijuana under the law. So we have an issue in that people are being arrested and we cannot go forward at this time. This particular ordinance will allow us to prosecute people for possession of the substance, although it won't be a state violation, it will be under this county ordinance. The county ordinance will allow a fine of up to $1,000, just as the state will allow. It also will allow us to place people on probation for up to 6 months. That way we can require them to get whatever treatment they need, whatever they need to do, and there's some punishment for this act. Right now, we probably have 100 cases in our office, and this will help us dispose of these cases. Some counties are just dismissing them outright. Some people are not doing anything. This will allow the county, this county, to address the issue, address the behavior. So I'm asking that you all accept and adopt this ordinance.
Okay, very well explained. Board of Commissioners, any questions before I call for a motion on this public hearing? Okay.
Madam Chair, it's a public hearing.
Okay, this is, okay, I'm sorry, I got ahead of myself. Thank you for chatting. At this time, I'm getting ready to open this public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak for this County Code of Ordinance for disorderly conduct? Anyone want to speak for, on behalf? Okay.
Now, believe it or not, this is one thing I am for. Now, this is after trying to understand the benefits. In this case, the benefit is going to be for the bad guy. Now, why is it for the bad guy? Because the system has got so backed up and clogged up. And when I talked to the solicitor last week, she said there's about 100 cases backlogged. And you see what happens when things get backlogged. There's two things that happen. They're either dismissed after a period of time or no pros. Now, I don't know how many of you know what no pros is, but it means you're not off the hook. You're on the hook for 6 months, and if you behave, it's discharged. Otherwise, it'll come up as number one charge and second charge that comes along. Now, what's good about this, and I got real concerned about it from the police officer standpoint. So I called the sheriff a couple weeks ago, and I had a long conversation with him. So you have to understand now, marijuana is what we're talking about. We're not talking about vaping. Vaping is in this little tube here, and there's all kind of problems with that. But because the government's coming down on vaping, I personally feel, and others do, and from what I read in USA, that marijuana is going to be on the increase. Now, here's what I'm after. What happens now is that the officer stops the guy, and he says, okay, what do you got there? Now, he gets arrested for it. So what they want to do is kind of clean it up a little bit. Let the guy have a little leadway. Let the officer have some discretion to say whether it's a misdemeanor, less than an ounce, or a felony. Now, let's just say it's right on the money. Let's just say it's right on the edge. Remember now, probable cause, he stopped him for a taillight out, and he says, you got any marijuana? Yeah, I got a little bit. So he says, if I weigh it, I'm going to have to arrest you if it's over an ounce. So there's something I can't tell you about that I'm going to work on, and it's going to let the officer be at the window. And at that time, the citation can be given for less than an ounce. And that's the end of it. You don't come to have to court and everything. There's going to be a fine and a penalty paid for. And as she said, the solicitor said the other day, and I think it was correct, Cobb and Gwinnett said, if you get caught with less than that amount, just give it to me. I take it, but just go home. Just go out of my life. So what we're going to do is kind of smart. We're going to get some money off of them. I don't know how much it is, but I checked with a bondsman too. And I'm going to tell you what the bondsman said. He said, you're going to take money away from me. The bond is $1,000 on a misdemeanor, and he charged $150. And I said, did they have $150? He said, no. He said, I let them out of jail for $75, and they pay me the rest later. So what this is going to do is make it easier, make it safer for the policeman to handle, not get anybody riled up, because there's not going to be a contest. You either got over the amount or right on the money, and maybe he'll use some discretion. Maybe it's a clean-cut guy with no beard, no tattoos, and he's not out at 2 o'clock in the morning. So let's face it. I'll tell you something real quick. Just one more sentence, please. I've been going to vaping shops. I went to all of them, okay? And I assure you, they are not the average person going there. They got gauges in their ears, look like they just roll out of bed. Their eyes are kind of tilted back. So vaping is a serious problem. But it's not the vaping chemical, it's what's added into the oil. Remember the guy in Jamestown that killed 1,000 people? It wasn't anything wrong with the punch. It's what he put in it. And 950 people went out of there. So this is good. She's good in thinking about it. The sheriff likes the idea, and I think the citizens will like it if they understand it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pierce. Anyone else here to speak for this ordinance? Anyone here to speak against? Come forward. Please state your name and give us your address for the record, please. And you just keep in mind you have a 5-minute limit for these public hearings. Keep going.
James Sumners, 5362 Highway 5. I'm honestly not clear what the ordinance is, so I'm not sure if I'm against or for it. But what I heard described earlier was it was keeping penalties on the books for a less than an ounce of marijuana, if that's correct. And I would rather see the county follow other recent counties in basically issuing a ticket and going on their way for it. If that's what the ordinance is doing, I'm in support for it, but if it's not, then I'm not in support for it.
Okay. Thank you so much for your contribution. Anyone else here to speak against this ordinance? With that being said, this public hearing is now closed. Solicitor General, if you could come back up now and maybe respond to the question that our citizen just had for you. I just wanted to allow him to complete his thoughts. can you expound? He had a question. Did you hear the question?
Yes, I did. What happens on these cases will be left up to the sheriff as to where they want to arrest or issue a citation. That is outside of my purview. That's not what I do. Once it comes to my office, then we can decide to reduce it to a county ordinance. So the sheriff would have to make that determination. It wouldn't be our office, and it would not be the commissioners. Anything else?
Okay. All right. Board of Commissioners, do you have any questions for the solicitor? Commissioner Guider?
Thank you, ma'am. First of all, thank you for being here. The sheriff did say that he was still going to issue tickets in accordance to the state law. Is that not what he said?
We have not discussed how he's going to.
I think that was said yesterday, was it not?
It was
Ken?
me, Madam.
It was you?
Yeah,
Okay.
I talked to the sheriff yesterday to confirm that as long as marijuana violates state law, if is law enforcement finds marijuana on someone, they will arrest them and book them just like any other misdemeanor offense. This ordinance has to do with potential dispositions when those matters make their way to state court and get in front of the Solicitor General. This does not govern the operation of the Sheriff's Department.
Okay. Okay. If someone is arrested high from smoking marijuana, say he stopped for some other reason and I guess you get high from smoking marijuana. But I've heard all my life from judges and attorneys and everything, and I run a Celebrate Recovery. Everybody tells me that marijuana is a gateway drug. They start with marijuana, but then they will go ahead and do stronger drugs. So that concerns me.
It concerns me as well because, alcohol is a gateway drug as well. And, by me doing a lot of work in juvenile court, I saw how marijuana and alcohol was a gateway drug. And you see kids, and what really bothered me, Commissioner Guider, is you would see people would have alcohol in their house, and the kids get the alcohol, and they go from alcohol to marijuana to, more drugs.
Same way with marijuana, it can be laying around and the
Yeah,
kids
I
can
know.
get it too. So,
Absolutely. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
So, but if someone is arrested and they're high on marijuana, are they arrested and fined and let loose with the $1,000 fine if they admit that they were smoking pot?
Well, we don't arrest, so I'm not.
Well, I mean, if someone is arrested for being high on marijuana,
I don't think people are arrested for.
which is endangering the public.
Well, let me help you here. I don't think people are arrested for being high unless they're out under this public drunkenness and they're acting a certain way. Then they can be arrested for public drunkenness. Now, if someone drives and they're intoxicated, whatever the substance, it could be something that's prescribed by their physician. If it affects their driving, anyone can be arrested. If you're speaking of DUIs. Driving under the influence?
Under the influence, yeah.
Right. Whether it's marijuana, drug, it could be your prescription drug. If it affects your driving, anyone could be arrested for it, even if it's prescribed by a physician.
But say they don't have it on them, but they've already smoked it before they got in there.
Right. Just like if you take your meds and it affects your driving, and hold up. If you take your meds and it affects your driving, and you go out and you violate the traffic laws because the medicine you've taken that is even prescribed for you, it causes you to be an impaired driver, you could be arrested for DUI, whether it's prescribed drugs, alcohol, marijuana, opiates, whatever. Yes.
Here in Douglas County, we have a DUI court. So if we're going to, say, catch and release, so to speak, with this new ordinance, how are we going to get them in that court?
Well, let me explain to you how the DUI court works. The DUI court has certain rules and regulations they have to follow. For instance,
2 offenses.
within a certain amount of time, 2 or more offenses, whether it's DUI, alcohol, or drugs. If you, in fact, meet the criteria, I don't know if you're familiar with the new DUI court that we're starting. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, what we're doing, everybody who has a DUI has a certain court date now. Our first one will be on the 19th. They will come. If they qualify, if they have meet some of the basic qualifications for the DUI court, we will talk with them, give them an opportunity, if they're interested in getting more information. Just say that it's 3 people. We'll talk with them, explain to them what the DUI court is and how it would benefit them. If they want to, they can say, hey, I would like to be assessed. Once they're assessed, if the assessor finds that they need to be in the court, they will make the recommendation, and then the person gets in the DUI court. But they have to meet the basic criteria. And typically, if this is your first DUI, you do not qualify.
Right.
Right.
But I just want to make sure people get the help that
Yes.
they need to overcome their addiction. And I just don't want any ordinance that we pass here to affect that.
Oh, it will not. Because you have to remember, once the case comes to us, we get a person's criminal history. We get that.
But
So
they're
we
not
know
charged with a crime, are they, at that time with the first?
What?
It doesn't go against their record, is that,
It shows as an arrest.
okay, but it's not on their permanent record, right?
The arrest is on their GCIC, yes.
Okay. I thought you told us yesterday that it did not go on on the record.
It's a bit complicated, and because you're not in the legal field, that's probably why you don't understand. But a GCIC is your criminal history. It shows arrest, and it also shows dispositions.
Okay.
So let's just say you stole from Walmart, and we would prosecute you, you'd plead guilty. It would be on your arrest record, it's arrested at Walmart, and that you pled guilty, or was found guilty by the jury trial. What this does is it will show, let's just say a person has some marijuana or was publicly drunk, they were arrested, they come to court, they plead guilty under this ordinance. It will still show on their GCIC that they were arrested for that offense. It just won't show what happened to it, but it will show as an arrest on their criminal history. You understand?
Yeah,
Okay.
okay, I yield back.
All right.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Guider. Any other questions for the solicitor? Okay.
Madam Chairman, can I point out one clarification for purposes of, the way Muni Code is organized on your tab, it shows it as Chapter 15, but the actual organization, when it's inserted, if it's approved, will be Chapter 16, Offenses and Miscellaneous
Provisions.
Provision, Section 16.1, Disorderly Conduct. So if and when you take a motion, we'll need a hand vote, because I think the computer will show Chapter 15, because that's where we are in Muni Code. But technically, it doesn't fit within Chapter 15. It's going to be 16, a new chapter in and of itself.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
All right. Commissioner Mitchell, I believe, raised his
yeah,
hand
that's fine.
first. Commissioner Mitchell?
Well, yes, I was just going to ask legal to kind of clarify the section, so he actually jumped in as he does best. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I yield back.
Okay, Vice Chairman Robinson.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Solicitor, real quick. So I get the conversation, the narrative, both from the public, which I always like to acknowledge, the vaping and the marijuana and all these things which are really interesting. But what about those who have medicinal, I'm sure you get me right, medicinal use of marijuana? Right, and obviously the public knows, or those who are hearing this for the first time, I have glaucoma. Back in the day, or when I was early, maybe my grandparents and stuff, they used marijuana as a coping mechanism to slow down obviously your eyes, the severance of your eyeball, your nerve, because your eyes swell, it cuts the nerve like a hose, you go dark. That was back then, and I know within the current General Assembly. There's been conversation, it was in, it was out. It was in, meaning glaucoma was a treatment or use for medicinal marijuana. What if someone is medicinal? Can you separate the two, the hemp? Can you speak a little bit about that just for a second? I'm just, for the record.
Well, I mean, if it's prescribed, they, of course, have the right to be in possession of it.
Okay.
If they have a substance that we believe, or the officers believe to be marijuana,
Yep.
it has to be tested to
Yeah.
prove in the court of law that it is in fact marijuana. In order to prove it because of the new hemp law, we must be able to prove that the substance, that the plant must have more than 0.03% THC to make it marijuana. Less than that is considered hemp, which is legal because of the United States government law, the new hemp bill. So, which was incorporated here in Georgia. Right now, we just don't have the ability to test that here locally, and so that's why we're where we are.
No, and the reason I ask, and again, this is more from a broader complex. I mean, so to the other citizens' point, so here you are, you're riding public transportation, right? Okay, I've got, I'm riding public transportation. I've got my jacket and I've got medicinal on me, and somebody smells whatever they smell, and I'm obviously pulled over, or they meet me at the transportation services center. This is for the public. It's for those citizens that, like, can you clarify? But what happens in that moment? Here I am, public safety, one of our deputies, people get on Facebook, well, this person's on there, and they begin to do what they do. How do we handle that moment of truth? Is it a sorting out process? Because that's really what it comes down to. I mean, it sounds like we're buying time, we're sort of, but what happens in that moment? That sounds like it's more of a sheriff issue, and you'll sort it out. Is that what I heard?
Well, yeah, I think the sheriff would handle that as to whether or not that person will be arrested. Is that your question?
Yeah. What happens at that moment?
Well, I guess if you got in the baggie, you might be arrested. If you got in a prescription bottle, you're probably
Medicinal.
okay.
But with medicinal, really?
If it's in a prescription bottle, you're okay.
Yeah.
That is
That's
prescribed.
what we try to do, is get truth and transparency. Like, really?
Yeah.
Wow. Huh. That makes me, like, really? I mean, my question, where I was going one place with it, it spawned a whole different perspective. Like, now how we handle, now obviously I'm an advocate and I defend those who are defenseless. Like, so, like they're there. Now I'm gonna come back to this. We always can amend legislation later. I'm not suggesting that we pause or anything, but it spawns something that says, okay, I'll take this up later. Madam Chair, I yield. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Any other comment from the Board of Commissioners? I would like to thank you so much, Solicitor General, for taking the time to just share your insight about this ordinance, because, when I met with you in your office, I was rather concerned because I was thinking it was along the lines of legalizing, but you made it very clear to me, and it's also in the body of your ordinance. This ordinance is not intended in any manner to decriminalize the possession of marijuana. So thank you for explaining that, but also didn't want to miss the mark on all the other items that are in there, such as public drunkenness and all those things. So this is a very comprehensive ordinance, and I thank you for taking your time to do that. And then also, you spent an extensive amount of time benchmarking with other counties, so you just didn't throw something over the wall. So you tailored something to Douglas County, so thank you. Board of
Thank you
Commissioners,
all. Thank you all as well, and thank you all for considering this ordinance.
You're welcome. Thank you as well. Board of Commissioners, you have heard the public hearing to consider amending the Douglas County Code of Ordinances by creating a new Chapter 15 offenses and miscellaneous provision. You want me to say Chapter 16?
Chapter 16.
Yeah, Chapter 16.
16.1.
Yes, okay. And disorderly conduct. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Hand vote.
Okay. Any discussion? We have a motion and a second. Please, all in favor indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries. Thank you. Board of Commissioners, thank you so much. We'll move on to our business items. We'll move to tab number 5. Tab number 5 is a resolution to raise the expense allowance of each commissioner from $300 per month to $500 per month, effective January 1st, 2021. As most, I'm not sure if the citizens are aware of this $300 has been in play for about the last at least 20 years. And of course, we know that the cost of living has grown exponentially within 20 years. This is an opportunity for our district commissioners and also myself as the chairman to have an opportunity to first of all, mirror other counties who have already addressed this 300 and moved it from 500, and some are even higher. This will not take effect into 2021, and I believe this is something that is a long time coming. For the Board of Commissioners, we did run some advertisements in the newspaper and to allow the public to weigh in, and we didn't receive any type of concerns, except thank you, Ms. Bachel, tonight for coming in and sharing your concerns. Again, I wanted to make it public that it has been about 20 years since this has been addressed. Any other comment about this ordinance? Anybody want to say anything? Commissioner Guider?
Yes, ma'am. I do not usually use very much of my $300. It's rare that I have anything, and usually it's because I have a conference or some kind of a seminar I have to go to, and I have a lot of mileage and everything. But then yesterday when we were talking about the budget and everything, and we were talking about a $30,000 pot being set aside for each commissioner, so it's not just this $200 more a month, it's also, if the budget's approved and everything, then we're giving them, each one of us, $30,000 to spend, and some of that even said for a conference. So I don't know, when does it come out of this pot and when does it come out of that $30,000?
You know, one is this. Are you finished, or you'll
I'm asking a question. I don't know.
One is
I don't know who to
discretionary.
ask.
This, you know, this is certainly linked to the state, this 300, and it's a discretionary spending account. Correct me, commissioners, especially Commissioner Robinson, who's been here longer than me. One is discretionary, is to take effect in 2021. And this is something that's allowed. I don't spend my 300 either to just, you know, and I'm not sure if that's something to celebrate. It's just that I hadn't had the need to spend much, but that does not mean that just because I don't spend mine, that doesn't mean that the other commissioners don't need to utilize theirs for some purposes of town hall meetings and things to actually run their offices. So I try not to compare myself with our district commissioners because you all run your own offices. And I'm quite sure the $300, the $3,600 that I had appropriated for me this year will be still sitting in the budget. In fact, I believe some open records were pulled, and I only spent $28, but I'm not comparing myself to the other commissioners who may run their
I'm not
office differently.
comparing. I'm just saying, when does it come out of that 30,000 discretionary, if that's passed, if the budget's passed, because
Right.
we haven't voted on the budget yet.
Right.
You're saying that's discretionary
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
to use for whatever we want?
Well, you know, this was tied up, this money was allowed already in our salaries, and I believe it's from the state. It's part of our, it's from the state. So this is allowable expense. Again, like I said, you can use it, and you use it.
Well, I
for-
really thought the 300 was discretionary too, because, I mean, if you don't take someone out to lunch on a business
Yes,
lunch or
ma'am.
something like that, then, but if you're driving somewhere, that's really not discretionary. Usually you've signed up for some kind of a meeting or something like that. But I just wondered, how are we going to determine, how is finance going to determine which fund it comes out of?
Oh, we have a budget system. We're going to utilize New World. Jennifer will assign cost centers to the district commissioners, such as you have now for your cost center. You have a cost center you may not be aware of that it tracks your expenses related to this amount. So it's already, we will align it. You will have sub-accounts, which will track the 30,000 that I'm looking at, that hopefully will be approved by this board. And then also the 500, again, remember, the 500 will not take effect until 2021.
Is there a reason for that?
I believe that's part of this statute. Attorney, can you answer the question, why 2021 on this $500? Is it part of state statute, or what is
The
it?
state statute says that if the local board takes action to change its local legislation on expenses or compensation, it does not go into effect until January 1 following the next general election. So the reason why this will not have impact until January 1 of 2021 is it won't be effective until that date.
Okay, I have no problem with taking your expenses that you use for our business and charging, being reimbursed by the county. But when you say discretionary, that scares me because it means I can just go out and spend it any way I want to. So that's the only thing that concerns me.
Attorney, explain that when I'm mentioning or alluding to discretionary.
Yeah.
Can you explain it to the commissioner?
Madam Chair, separate from the other budget allocation that y'all might consider later on in this meeting, the 300 expense move is approved by this board on a monthly basis, so it still requires approval of the board. But the way this current legislation reads, local expense means inside the county. Outside the county on approved trips or whatever, that's 100% paid. Inside the county, there is no definition of what that expense is. So what happens is receipts or whatever are turned in, whatever the financial procedure is, and they're put on your monthly agenda, and y'all approve them as a board, the expenses that are submitted. So the discretion means the statute doesn't say it can only be spent for X. It just says 300 local expense inside the county, subject to approval of majority of the board. This will just change that from $300 to up to $500, subject to the approval of the board.
Okay.
Did I explain that all right?
So the $300 was discretionary, is that what you're saying?
We keep using the word discretionary. Each commissioner
Well, she said.
can incur their expenses as they deem fit, as long as they're for a governmental purpose and furtherance of the Board of Commissioners. They submit those in good faith, subject to all the ethics rules and laws and everything else. They go through the financial whatever, and they're put on the agenda, and y'all get to ask questions if you want, but you get to approve them. Once they're approved, they're paid.
Okay, I yield back.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board? Vice Chairman Robinson.
No question, but definitely a statement. Okay. We're sitting here talking about $300, and again, I always have to acknowledge the public's input on something because, for every yes, somebody wants a no. For every no, someone wants a yes. Being here for 11 years, you tend to see a lot, right? And so I appreciate the statement that did we know what we signed up for? Absolutely. Sacrificing on behalf of your district, advocating, ensuring that everything that your citizens wanted got incorporated in the budgets, right? Incorporating, acknowledging peers, make sure they got the support they needed. Absolutely. I promised my citizens that tell me what you need. I'll be right back, right? Professional, high finance, make way more money than sitting here. I parked my career. I know exactly what I'm doing. It's the principle that, right, we're talking about $300. Right, $300. But this is my issue. And I appreciate this, and I need staff to pay attention, right? So here we are. This is when we were in the minority party. We just getting started. We were in the minority party, and it was an action was taken. We brought up expense accounts before, and to that very point, one of the commissioners in the majority party was being reimbursed for transportation to the courthouse. And so it's like, okay, well, if you get it, I get it. Oh, so the leadership at that time decided, well, we're not going to do it that way. We're going to block it. So the leadership decided to get outside counsel to write a letter incurring legal expenses against a sitting commissioner over $300. Well, I'm not finished. So I'm sitting here and I'm like, okay, really? But I've got glaucoma. You about to violate every federal law I can think of, and I'm about to set it up. I'm going to sue the out of you. I'm not playing with your games, right? So then the letter, where's my letter? I got it sitting right here. I pulled it out. I told my office to go find that letter. I got some other letters I got from this outside law firm. So there's some actions, some systemic actions that staff takes against me as a sitting commissioner, so I know as the citizens how staff treats you. Now that was in the minority. Now we're in the majority. It's a different time. Some of that behavior is still latent. It thinks that it's not being seen, but it's like, okay. And I get in that place like, oh, okay. Because you move on your neighbors. So to your point, it's like, no, it's the principle. Don't marginalize this moment to speak to the public. It can't be bought off, well, we'll just do this in a side budget. That wasn't what the point is. We're talking about going from $300 to $500, right? So look at what this was. At the time that I came on board, I know Commissioner Mitchell has called us and passed us for now, but I was the most active commissioner as it relates to town halls, 6 in 3 weeks. Anwinkie, Mount Vernon, Graythorn, you name it, Tributary, Brookmont, Silver Creek. No, I was out there. The prior administration, no, they did their golf thing, they had what they did. They weren't active. Right? I brought a whole new game to what it meant to be a commissioner, to be out there, to carry advocacy. They never saw it coming. Totally different generation, right? So I got involved, right? And so based on that, and I'm watching them, right? And so I get reimbursed. They're saying, okay, we're going to take your transportation money and put it in your expense account to hinder your capacity to be able to get out there and see your citizens. But I'm like, but you're allowing his money. But that was the administration, that double standard. It's like, all right, I'll catch you later. I'll catch you later. Right? So look, you got a double standard. So this commissioner, doesn't matter, he's okay with me. This commissioner gets a pass. He gets to move his transportation dollars, whether it's coming to the courthouse, we're talking about inside the county. He gets to move in that bucket, but mine is being pushed into my $300, further shrinking my capacity to serve my citizens. Pay attention, we ain't finished. All this good old network, all this like prohibition, all this like, no, that's about to be broken. It's that type of behavior that I've been like, and I've been talking about this for quite some time. And so I fought this time last year. We brought it up with our General Assembly. And we asked him because we were advised by our attorney that says, hey, y'all got to take it up to the state. Okay, we'll follow the rules. Right? We get up there. It was a little political. No, it was a lot of political. Quite messy. Right? Where there was some suggested here at the local level that maybe they're trying to work around seeing the public. No, I'd love to tell the public. But we followed a procedure that we revised by, once again, legal counsel. Now, see, this is the issue. When we sow seeds, right, at some point, it bears fruit. Right? Like all these moves, like, Right, so now they defeated up at the General Assembly and said, okay, y'all got to do this locally, as if we were trying to run from the public. We're very proud of what we do. I mean, I advocate for my citizens in District 2. There is no, like, I'm out there. I'll get to the rest of that budget thing later as it relates to aids and stuff. But this 200 is like, no, we're incurring expenses on behalf of the county, or we can take it as salary if we want to. There's 2 options, reimbursement or take it as salary but be taxed. Let's not confuse what this is, right? We know this, right, for those who have been paying attention to this topic. So my point being is, like, I've been sitting on this movement and watching how an administration tries to compromise a sitting commissioner with its practices that are designed to impoverish, to restrict, to constrain one's movement. Right? And so if you look at my experience, like transportation, and so it's by design. Now, it's let it be seen, but it's like, look at the movement. Look at staff. Like, but when you ask them about them, everybody's like, well, I don't know, that's finance. They say, I don't know, that's over there. Everybody, I don't know how that, like, okay, so y'all think I'm playing. What nobody's, now they'll quite ask me for salary raises and everything else, but nobody will fix something that is so fundamental against somebody who had a disability. It's like, okay, no, we won't have a problem with this. Because if you treat me this way, That's how you treat those 35,000 people I represent. And I have a fundamental issue with some of the behavior that's been demonstrated. This is not about $300. This is about our capacity to be able to represent our citizens, to get out there. We're incurring expenses on behalf of the county. I shouldn't have to float it, to your point. But if I do float it, I want to be reimbursed. Exactly. But please, citizens, please recognize what this is about. You know, I'm going to speak only for District 2. Now, my citizens, my colleagues know quite well that they don't have to get this. But if I advocate for it, everybody gets it per se, but they can throw their hat in, no different than the intern or legislative aid. That's the way this rolls, all right? But this is one of those where, no, this has been in my spirit, right? When you actually have, like, wow, you're gonna move on me, on my capacity and think it's okay. And you don't think there will be consequences and impact should the tide ever shift. Like, think about it. Like, wow, you moved on a sitting commissioner, and it's all in writing. But everybody will step away. Well, I was told to do so. I was under orders. See, this is where it's time out for all these politics, because again, if you get so caught up, so that's why I highlight, you can be so politically focused, you lose sight of what it is to serve the people. Now, I'm letting this go because, like, no, I got this, and said, don't get me wrong, I serve my citizens, right? I mean, you can just look at that record, 11 years strong. Not one decision has ever been in a compromised position of what I'm thinking or how I take a position. It's solid. And so, yes, this is not over a pay raise of taking me from, what, $21,000 to $28,000. This is the simple $200 increase per month for reimbursed expenses that I'll be using to get around for my citizens, whether I want to reserve this space, that space. Some people, everybody doesn't have a clubhouse. Some citizens, so I may bring breakfast, I may do any assortment of things. That's, if I'm incurring the expense on behalf of an event or something that's going on, I'm going to do a graphic, I'm going to do whatever case, I'm allowed to get reimbursed, right? Right? So I'm not going to argue that. I don't debate that. I don't have time for that. Everybody takes their position on what they believe. But I just need to get that out because it was personal with me. It transcended the $300. It was like, oh, really? Like, it was punitive. It was like, I don't care. I don't care about your situation, that where you're at. I'm going to make it even worse for you. I'm going to make it harder for you. Oh, okay. I got this. Madam Chair, I yield for now.
Thank you so much, Vice Chairman. A new day in Douglas. Appreciate the history, and I'm hoping that you see a different sentiment in my leadership. I'm looking more, not just at the $300, I'm looking at the timeline. It's been 20 years. It's been a long time, and that's what my premises and thought process with this. Certainly don't want to minimize the roles of our commissioners. They do a fantastic job, and they have a heavy burden to carry for each one of their commission districts. So I just wanted to make that clear, and I'm speaking as the chairman of this county. And I believe that this is, the time is ripe for this opportunity. Any other comments from the commissioners? If no other comments, I would like to call a motion to approve the resolution to raise the expense allowance of each commissioner from $300 per month to $500 per month, effective January 1st, 2021. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? We have a motion and a second. Please prepare to cast your votes.
You have to hit save.
We got it. Yeah, I got it. It's right there. It moved.
We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries. We're going to move on to tab number 6 is approval of the additional 17 school resource officers for elementary schools for the 2020 budget as shown on the attachment. And we'll allow our Director of Finance, Jennifer Hallman, to kick off and to explain the need for these resource officers, or just tell us history and give us an idea of what your spreadsheet. Oh, you have a spreadsheet? Okay.
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah,
You
per
have the
y'all's
floor.
request yesterday, I just took the sheet that I prepared and just put it in a PowerPoint to kind of go over it individually.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Right now, what we're going to do is just talk about what's currently been funding in the budget for school resource officers and who pays for what, being the county or the Board of Education. Currently, there are a total of 22 school resource officers. 13 of those are reimbursed by the Board of Education, the salary and benefits, and then the 9 are funded by the general fund, meaning they're not reimbursed by the Board of Education. Currently, there are 3 SROs that are vacant. So in that 9 number for the county, there's just a minimum salary. When I spoke with the sheriff's office, the 3 vacancies, there's a minimum salary right now of just under $42,000. As you know, what's been requested in the 2020 budget, or what's actually in the proposed, just depending on how this vote goes, there was an additional request from the Board of Education for an additional 17 school resource officers. That comes to a cost of salary and benefits of $1,105,000. Of course, along with the salary and benefits for the 17 officers, you have vehicles, equipment, and uniforms. The proposed budget currently includes that the county add additional 9 to the proposed lease that's currently in the 2020 budget, additional 9 vehicles, and they're roughly about $10,000 a month, so that would be an additional $90,000. So the 17 the cost for 17 would be $1,195,000. A verbal commitment was given to the chair and the sheriff, I believe, from Superintendent North, that they would contribute $595,000 toward the salary and benefits of the additional 17. As well as on the December the 10th, the chairman received a verbal commitment from Superintendent North that in addition to the $595,000, that they would purchase 8 SRO vehicles totaling $40,000 apiece, which would be $320,000, and they would use their eSPLOST funds, which is like our SPLOST. It's just the educational SPLOST that they receive. So when you take the current funding that's been in the budget for the 22 officers plus the additional 17, the total cost is just over $3 million, $3,037,622. And the breakout of who pays for what, the way it's currently being funded, as well as the proposed 17, the BOE, the Board of Education, would fund $1,740,111 plus the $320 that they would actually purchase the vehicles out of their budget. They wouldn't reimburse us for it because it's their eSPLOST funds. Then the county's portion would be just under $1.3 million because the current funding that's in the budget already for the 22 officers is $697,511. The salary and benefits for the proposed funding for the additional 17, the county's portion would be $510,000, and then leasing the 9 vehicles at additional $90,000. So this just gives you a summary of the school resource officers, again, showing what's currently the 22 positions and then what's being proposed.
Thank you so much, Director Hallman. Board of Commissioners, any questions or concerns or comments relating to this presentation? Vice Chairman Robinson.
Sure. Yeah, this is one of those where, again, I think this budget will go pretty fast here, but there's probably just a couple of topics that really need to be discussed. for me, and again, we respectfully, I have to respect my peers, from a District 2's perspective, this one I question. And it's more of the, I'm going to be consistent in my commentary, and so pay attention, which is, we don't have to do it that way. Right? This is an old practice. Just like when I dug into this and got to the genesis, like, why is the Board of Commissioners paying for resource officers on school board? There are separate jurisdictions. There's 3 subdivisions of the state of Georgia: school system, city, and county. Very distinct and have their respective shares of the tax dollar. To that point, the tax dollar. Now, roughly, I understand that the school system gets what, about 67, 70%, all relative, right? Of the tax dollar, a lion's share. City gets whatever they get, plus their little extra, and of course, we get ours. Now, the school board takes care of what they take care of. They get 70% of the dollar, roughly, just for easy math, to take care of 25,000 kids at different levels: high school, middle, elementary, no problem. 70% to deal with 25,000. So you're talking about per capita. We'll see how good everybody's math is. In comparison to the Board of Commissioners that has to take care of the remaining 125,000 people who are not in school. Take infants out of the way for a second. So the question becomes, who's responsible for this? Now, I get times of old. I get that whatever there's probably 2, based on my research, there's probably 2 administrations ago, 20 years ago, this may have been in place where there was this tripart agreement where we're funding the school board. In today's time, and I recently saw, the NAFTA thing, and I get Pelosi, she's like, no, yeah, it's an old deal. Yeah, we just need to make sure we enforce it. And I'm like, okay. In other words, like, no, I appreciate, regardless of the partisanship, it was more of a, yeah, our neighbors, Canada and Mexico, like, yeah, this is not a very good deal. I appreciate the strength, her leadership, which is like acknowledging the fact that, like, okay, look at this. They're all healthy. Whatever the deal was back when I was in elementary school, when NAFTA came online, okay, great. Whatever this school board deal that was cut between these organizations, great. It doesn't mean that we have to carry it forward. We've heard it plenty of times, at least I have in 11 years, that prior administrations can't bind us. We have the right, but also the obligation that says, is it right for the citizens who live here today? So I'm looking at this and I'm like, you're 5 times bigger than us, but they always joke about how big their budget is, and it's like elected talk. You hear them talk. It's a joke, but our fund balance, our general fund is way bigger than y'all. Our reserve is way bigger than y'all. We 5 times. Okay. Be grown, act grown. Okay. Take care of grown folk business. See, again, why are we subsidizing a separate jurisdiction? This is not like we entered into a SPLOST or some type of arrangement to do a cap at some building, something where we jointly entered in. We're supplementing their operating budget. Y'all got to be kidding me. Just that alone, I can't get beyond, like, why am I doing that? It doesn't matter the amount. You take care of your campus. I'm almost finished. Because again, that campus is sovereign, right? So, I mean, you know how it is. I mean, my kids, they grew up, Colonial Hills. I mean, the different things. Factory Shoals Elementary School. They sort of came up through the system before they got out. My 2 youngest, right? So we were sensing when you had to come in and get the badge and stuff, and they stopped you. And over time, you noticed there was a tightening of security and stuff. I just came from something earlier talking about Homeland Security during our meeting today for transportation. We had the feds in giving us some insight and stuff. So we're not insensitive to that. But we recognize the school board. I invited them as well as our sheriffs and offset. Now, okay, you got these different, hey, how are we going to handle this? So I'm bringing this full circle that, right, we have no say as a Board of Commissioners about the operation of that school system. Anytime you step on one of their 33 campuses, we have no say. We can't put a bus stop on their doggone property. It's sovereign. It's their campus. We got it. So protect it, preserve it. Now, we're not getting into a debate about whether or not we need to put guns in schools and stuff, because that's state level, that's up there. We just local. We're local. But it's one of those where I personally question why we're doing this. I can't support, now, I can't speak to my peers or to any of the pre-existing. I mean, I would just say, don't fund it. It's not our responsibility. But because it's like, but why are you giving them, supplementing something that you, now, University of Georgia, Georgia State, West Georgia, they have their own what? Police force. So even on college campuses, they police their own. Yes, they're supplemented by perhaps the local jurisdictions, but they're like, no, we're gonna run this thing. My question fundamentally is not could we do it, but should we do it? Why is the Board of Commissioners supplementing the Board of Education's budget? I yield.
Thank you so much, Vice Chairman Robinson. Any other comment from the board? Commissioner Guider.
One of the main purposes of government is protection. When you come in this courthouse, you have to go through security. We pay for that. We're protecting the people here in the courthouse, the judges and anybody that works here. We're talking about public schools. We're not talking about private schools or universities. We're talking about public schools and our children. And I think it is our responsibility to fund the security for our children. And in a public school, if you're walking down the street or you're in a store, the police or the sheriff's office will respond to any kind of disruption or threat to you. If your property is broke into, they go on your private property and they go in there to protect you. This is public school. These are children. And to say that this doesn't matter about the money in this case, because it is protection. That's what government is supposed to do. That's one of the main things government's supposed to do, is to protect. And so I have no problem with this. I know it would make our budget easier, but I just want the babies, the children protected. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Commissioner Guider. Commissioner Carthen, I believe you have a comment.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I raised this question being a new commissioner when we were in our budget retreat. I asked, why are we paying for a separate jurisdiction? Why are we paying for the BOE when the BOE has a $10 million surplus and the county does not have a surplus? We have departments within this county that really do need help. Board of Assessors is one of them, because they just came before us on yesterday and told us what they needed. And there are plenty of other county departments. DOT is one of them. I could probably go down the list of everyone who does need. And I'm sensitive to the fact that, of course, these schools do need protection. My daughter graduated from Douglas County High School, my other one from Chapel Hill. So I am aware of what is needed. I'm sensitive to that. But when a Board of Education has their own budget, and I am a taxpayer, and I pay quite heavily in this county for my taxes, it's open record, anybody could look it up. I know that 70% of my dollar is going towards that school system that my children now are no longer attending, but I still pay into that school system. My seniors are exempt from school taxes, but I don't think that they want the taxes that they do pay to the county now being diminished even more to go over to a budget that is already in a surplus. I think we have to look at what we're doing. It is a new day in the county, as our chairman always says. It's a new day in the county. We have to look at physically being responsible for what we, as a Board of Commissioners, are responsible for, which is to use the tax dollars that we are giving, that Commissioner Baker collects, and use it for those things that the Board of Commissioners are responsible for, which is the budget that runs this courthouse, that pays the 1,000 employees, that makes sure that the street lights and the sheriff's department is funded. If I were on the Board of Education, I would not ask the county to supplement that. What I would do is see how I can work something out with the sheriff so that I would have those resource officers that I needed for my schools on my property. That is what I would do. But I am not on the BOE, I am on the BOC. So I will advocate for what we need. Not to leave the babies out, but I don't believe our BOE will leave the babies out if we don't give them the additional 1.2 that they're needing. I don't believe they will. I just think that our BOE is responsible enough to say, you know what, it was good while it lasted. We thank you for supplementing us. We have this now, our $10 million surplus, our eSPLOS, everything that we have now, we will be able to take this and do what we need to do so that we can control our own funds, our own destiny, and the security upon our campus. So I am not in favor of giving any additional monies to them. With that, Madam Chair, I yield.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Carthen. Commissioner Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to my colleagues, especially to Commissioner Carthen, thank you for bringing it to the forefront. So, and taking the lead on this particular item. However, I just got a couple of questions, and we're not going to go through the whole entire layout because I think we're quite clear, and I think I said yesterday, we're quite clear as to kind of where we are with this. Is there any reason why, I was just noticing that in your first slide that you showed previously what we've done as a commission, that you didn't include uniforms, patrol cars, et cetera, and I think the number was 697, 511 or something of that count, right? Is there? Okay.
Yeah, that was just for the existing SROs that already
Correct.
have vehicles.
Right.
And everything. So when I worked with the sheriff's office to get the information, it was just based on salary and benefits. But there are additional costs, even if you don't have to purchase the cars. There's
Right.
the maintenance on the vehicles, the updating the uniforms,
But we
the
can
training.
rightfully say, and I don't want to call on my law enforcement to kind of come forth, but they do have cars, SRO
Yes.
cars, that we previously paid for, uniforms, benefits. So that number you gave me at 697 roughly is just only salaries and benefits
Correct.
from previous. So we're actually paying more. Okay, just wanted to just kind of verify that. Law enforcement, the sheriff, duties are to, and this is not a question for you though, duties are to protect and serve. That's throughout the entire county, whether you're on private property or not, whether there's a fire or a burglary, or their job is to protect and serve. So to isolate this to say that the sheriff would not protect and serve if something happened on a campus, which I pray dearly that that never happened, but they would, and they could, because they have the authority to protect and serve throughout Douglas County. So I just want my colleagues to, not scream fire in a theater because they saw smoke, to get everybody excited that we will not be protecting and serving as the sheriff would do. I agree that this should be an operational budget cost of the BOE. I think it's clear that it should have been many years ago. And yes, it was great while it lasted, as to the past years, as to paying, we'll just use the 697 all these years we've been paying. If I was on the BOE, I would ask to receive this as well for free for 17 additional officers. I continue to ask that question about who cleared this before clearing it with this board. But, and thank you, Madam Chair, for clarifying that, who it might have been or where it might have came from. But I'm just kind of shocked to note that these numbers are what we're expected to do off the backs of the citizens of Douglas County. So with that, I think it's just clearly stated that we definitely need to look at the 17-plus officers on how that needs to be executed. And I shared with you, Jennifer, the other day about, let's look at the buckets that we created for the cities and other cities that we deal with, from fire, parks and recs, animal control, and everything else, so we can kind of make sure everybody pay their fair share. Because at one time, years ago, we paid for it all, correct? Before we did our
Before service
buckets.
delivery.
Yeah, before service delivery, we did our buckets. I think Mr. North and the team over there understands this dearly, that we want to help and be a part of, and want to consistently be a part of the school system and collaboratively do things and be a part of that. But to take on an expense of this caliber, that right now it's 1.2, I think it was, 1.2 meals at the current rate, but it will be compounded down the road as we kind of really get into the nuts and bolts of this. So don't look at it just from that surface of where it is. But I agree with Vice Chair Robinson. In most cases, for those churches, for those restaurants and others that would prefer the additional security, which I highly recommend to the school system to get this, they expense that throughout, whether we pay an additional cost for a meal or we tithe more at church. We pay that cost, not the Board of Commissioners, or not on the backs of those that are in Douglas County. So I just don't agree with that the makeup. I think it's time that we take a look at the previous 697, and I would hope that you'll get all the numbers, not a portion of the numbers, that we look at the numbers and realistically understand that we need to give them notice that we need to pick up the additional cost that we've been doing for all these years and not have a strain on our budget. But how do we assure you that you get the officers that you need is to understand that you pay into the bucket, or we figure out kind of how we no longer be the one held liable, or not liable, but responsible for that expense. So with that being said, I think it's time. And again, I go back to saying again, thank you, Ms. Carthen, for at least bringing it to the forefront and and open our eyes to say, we need to take a hard look at this and not just continue business as usual. If we do, as I said before, this will only become a bigger expense to the county, and I don't see it I don't think it'll be a reduced cost in the future. I think the cost will only get greater, because the cost of doing business, from gas and putting together the cars and benefits, and we're now even looking at our sheriff department going from 35 to 45 or something like that, Jennifer, trying to up their salary. I know I'm just somewhere in here, we're looking at doing that.
Yes.
When are we going to understand that we can't pay for everything? We can't expense everything to the county. And with the school system receiving, in rough numbers, roughly 70% of the tax dollar, why would we be held responsible for SRO officers at less than 30%, because we don't get a full 30%, but just for easy math? Why would we be held liable for that? And it's not a question for you, though. I'm just only trying to speak to those that would listen. I just don't think this is the right thing to do. I think we need to sit down and renegotiate a realistic situation as to what this would be. And right now, my sentiment would be to allow the BOE to provide their 17 officers, or they can provide 20. But we got to pay for the training of the officers, unless they just separately do their own police force on campus. But we got to pay for their training. We got to get them kind of sort of ready. There still will be there will be some other costs that I think the sheriff could probably speak to that we'll end up paying anyway. But to pay it in its entirety, or less than half of it, I guess, if that's what the numbers looks to have gotten to half, it's still not the way to go, though. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Commissioner Mitchell. And I'll just close out by saying that this historical shared cost has been on our shoulders, the Board of Commissioners' shoulders, for quite some time, and no one said a thing about it until we recognized that our elementary schools were open. They're sitting ducks. And that's concerning to me. So I moved back who pays what, because at the end of the day, all the tax dollars are combined into one pot. Because when I go and when I pay taxes, I don't say this is for the school, this is for the county, or this is for the city. There's a persistence in my soul that it puts me in a position to forever advocate for the safety of our children and our teachers and our administrators in these schools. And the time is now. We could talk. I personally had an opportunity to be on the scene for Columbine. So I have a different perspective because life is priceless. We could talk about money all day long, but life is priceless. So when you sit and wear a hat that I wore, waiting on a surgical patient to come through that has a bullet in their chest, because Clebo or whoever they were, those gentlemen who had the trench coats on that blew some of their classmates away, you have a whole different perspective on life. And the day I sat and listened to some carolers today downstairs, some elementary students, and I won't say which school, but they're innocent. They have no fear because they don't realize what, you're looking at the unknown. I'm not saying that it's something that we cannot renegotiate later, maybe a year from now. I did have conversations with the school board chair last night, and I know we're up against the wall now because it would take a minute to adjust because, again, they are paying something, and of course, I know they will be willing to negotiate maybe perhaps next year to maybe look at the whole thing. I didn't get a confirmation, but I did express that we need to look at another process. But I'm not looking at next year. I'm looking at today. I'm looking at right now. Commissioner Robinson says it so eloquently, we got to go right now. So I'm going right now in my mind because we live in a different climate, and we need to be proactive. It's so amazing today. It's speculative now when I look back. Had an opportunity, left the carolers, the elementary students, and then just happened to plop into a meeting and sit down and listen in. I had Homeland Security there speaking, an official that kind of raised my eyebrows. I said, God, you're trying to tell me something. There's a common thread between precautionary measures. See, what I don't want to do is wait too late because what you do, again, I said life is priceless. We can be proactive or we can be reactive. And I don't want it to be on my conscience that I didn't take the steps because this money belongs to the citizens of Douglas County, all of us. And for me to say this goes here, I don't want to go down just fighting over the things that are, to me, called minutia. But I want to be serious about the lives of those students and the teachers and the administrators. That's important to me. Sandy Hooks is certainly one that we had an opportunity. I wasn't there for that one, but I believe our communications director, Rick Martin, covered that when he was a CNN reporter, Sandy Hooks. See, it's all good when you sit here right now and go back and forth, but until the incident happens, and then it's a whole new perspective on life. So I'm going to stand up for the parents, the teachers, the advocate, the administrators today, and I'm going to not focus on that school board's budget. I know they have more money than me, but at the end of the day, I'm not looking at their money. I'm looking at doing the right thing for these babies. That's important to me. So I said I'm going to keep my eye on this, just keep my eye off their purse, look at what we have and say, you know what, at the end of the day, I can say we did the right thing. But I'm only one vote, and I'm going to leave it there. But of course, Board of Commissioners, I've had my say, and I just wanted to just end with my focus is certainly on the students. Have concerns that the school board's coffers may be a lot larger than ours, but it's very obvious maybe they're not. The school teachers didn't get a raise. That was the first thing that was on I guess they get a stipend or a bonus every year, and that was on the front page of the paper today. So maybe they don't have as much money as we think they do. So I don't want to look in their bank account and think I know what their bank account looks like, but I want us to understand that the focus today is on right now to say that this board stepped up and supported our sheriff department. It's not for the, I mean, again, we allocate the dollars, and it is the Board of Commissioners' money, but this is support to the sheriff department so they can provide services and support to the schools. We have our elementary schools that are uncovered, 17 of them. We have our middle schools covered and our high schools. We just had an incident recently when Douglas County High School was on complete lockdown. Here I am, a mother of a teacher that's in that school. Nervous wreck, couldn't say a word. Rick said, Chairman, is on lockdown. He has a baby in that school, but I said, okay, I'm gonna keep my nerves down. To me, it's important. I said, you know what, but my daughter texts me back and forth, and she said, Mom, the place is covered with law enforcement. I think we're gonna be okay. But she talked about that humbling moment. She said, I had to console 35 students. She said they were crying, calling their parents and mothers. And to just see that our elementary schools are uncovered, that anybody can kick the door in today or tomorrow and blow those students away, concerns me. I'm going to leave that alone because I'm getting very emotional right now. But anyway, with that being said, Board of Commissioners, I'm going to call a motion. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion for the approval of additional 17 school resource officers for elementary schools for the 2020 budget as shown on the attachment?
So moved.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah.
Commissioner
Yes,
Robinson.
I'll be real quick, and it was just more for the context of the numbers. I got to take emotions out of the way for a minute. It's simple math. All right, so what do we have? Director Hallman, we have how many, we've got 125 officers and 125 in detention. What are the numbers of the sheriff's office about what we provide?
That sounds about accurate.
All right, so
I don't know the exact numbers.
All right, so we take almost 68% of our tax dollars, Board of Commissioners budget, that we fund the sheriff. We all about public safety. Don't ever question our public safety, our commitment. I've never missed when it comes to the sheriff and providing what he needed to do his job. But what I do know is that there's a clear separation between us and the school board. We got them. Anybody comes on that campus, we're talking about one officer per school. We're talking about 33 officers total, just for easy math, and we're already spotting 125 to cover this whole county and 125 in the jail. Put it in context, school board, step up. Right? Keep it in context. It's not that we're not committed. We're just simply saying, okay, whoever cut that deal in the past, like, y'all got bamboozled. I'm sorry. I'm not going to sit there and feel good about it was a bad deal. Now, today we're saying, hey, pause on this. Y'all got 6 months in your fiscal cycles, school board, to figure this out. Right? I'm okay. Whatever y'all just said about middle and high school, I'm cool. Let it ride and let them revisit that. Y'all work that out in administration. But for this right here, no. 125 officers for this whole county, and that school board takes 70% of the dollar and they can't take care of 33? No. I'm good. I yield.
Okay.
Point of order.
Okay, Commissioner
Just,
Mitchell.
thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarity, I noticed we stated that there's one pot of money. Truly, that is correct. There's one millage rate, there's one, well, they have their own millage rate, but there's one tax dollars that we kind of pull from. But it's distributed to the city of Douglasville, to Douglas County, to the school board, and so on. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, Jennifer.
That's correct.
Okay. With that, we all are concerned about our kids. I don't think any of us sitting on this board we're not concerned. We all are concerned about our kids, and we want to protect and serve, and we want to make sure that the sheriff have the resources to do that. Let's not take this out of context that we're not concerned, because we all are. We're just trying to make sure we understand that based on the numbers, as I keep saying, that looks good on paper, but we can't afford it. And to put a strain on our budget, and the school system, the BOE gets 70% of that, I just, somehow, I can't get, I just can't, the math just doesn't add up. It was a sweetheart deal before, as we stated earlier. And I can remember a sweetheart deal when I was on the city council as the mayor pro tem when we did the whole animal control. But we eventually came to the table as councilmen and mayor and councilmen, and we now have this bucket of animal control that actually pays to offset some of the costs that we incurred on our own for everybody. But now they too now pay to that bucket to help offset animal control, to offset fire, and so on. I don't see this any different. Their pot of money is their pot of money. And I'm proud that they get it, and I'm glad our tax commissioner collect and make sure that that happens. Great job. But their operating expense is not ours. Their operating expense is their operating expense. Let's make sure we understand that side of it. Not as though we don't care about the kids. Not as though none of us anticipate or look forward to or even expect a Columbine. So don't toss that out to us as a fear tactic. Realistically, if we take ownership of this, if my colleague would like to do so, let's do so. But the only way we'll be able to pull it off is with a millage rate increase. Is that the answer? So do we ask the BOE, will increase the millage rate to pull this off? Sure. And stop saying that the timing is bad. The timing is in the hands of the BOE, not ours. Don't make it our problem because we can't fund it. We just can't afford it. Not that we don't want to fund it, we just can't afford it. So let's be careful as to the choice of words that we use to try to make to scare that we should be doing this or not doing this. I just don't see how we can afford it unless somebody can show me how we can afford it. If you can, I'm all ears. But to date, we can't afford 17 additional officers because in the past, we're at least over roughly 500,000 plus, and that doesn't include a couple other items that I mentioned earlier that we're funding now. So I just, I caution this board in trying the scare tactic and give the perception that we as commissioners don't are not concerned about the kids. I think we all are. We just can't afford to take on that expense. That's all. I yield.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Mitchell. I have one other comment to just make, Jennifer. I wanted to respond to Commissioner Mitchell. He said, we're not taking the expense of the entire 17. The school board is taking half of the expense, and we are absorbing half of the expense. Am I correct, or am I incorrect?
The school board is paying, $595,000 for salary and benefits, and then
And that's
they
half
offered.
of the, so it's basically it's like we're covering 8 to 9 officers, and they're covering the other. I'll just say we're covering 9, and they're covering 8, just for the sake of just making sure that I could balance it. So we're not covering the cost for 17 SRO officers, correct?
Correct.
I just want to make sure, I need some clarity too before. And again, I'm not using a scare tactic. I lived Columbine, and that was just something personal that I shared with the citizens. It's not personal, it was real. So I'm not trying to scare. It came as a surprise to this entire country. So I just wanted to say that we are not absorbing all the costs. I wanted to make sure that was clear. And it wasn't my idea. Again, the sheriff is very aware of this. He was approached, but he can't do it unless someone advocates. And of course, that's why I brought this to the Board of Commissioners. Board of Commissioners, with that being said, we have you, Commissioner Guider.
Yes, we just passed, as the Board of Commissioners, we changed our insurance so that retired officers can come back to work part-time. So if they came back to where, if we use retired officers who are already trained and everything, by the way, and they came back and they worked part-time in rotation, we wouldn't have to pay the benefits. So there is a way to get around this, but if we don't approve this tonight, am I correct in saying that the elementary schools will not be protected until the school board's budget in July? Is that right? So that is a scare tactic.
Okay.
As I said, we, out here in this lobby, we have to go through all kinds of security to get in here. We're protecting ourselves where we're not as concerned. We're more concerned about the money. We didn't worry about the money when we were doing all this security for the courthouse. So why are we so concerned about the money now when we're talking about children? And with that, I yield back.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Guider. Board of Commission.
Point of order. I just want to
Commissioner
respond.
Mitchell.
Just want to respond back to Commissioner Guider to say the urgency is here. I'm not denouncing the urgency. So don't get confused. The school system and the school board, the BOE, can take their funding today and hire officers. They don't have to wait until July. I don't know their cycle. To me, that's an easy task. I need 17 officers. And to Madam Chair's point, half. It's not the mere fact of 17 or half. Can we afford it? I just don't see it. We can't afford what we're already doing. So whether we're talking about half, a third, or 3/4, doesn't matter. But that doesn't stop them, and I know you don't know the answer to this question, Jennifer, that the the BOE can today write a check and say, Sheriff, we want 17 officers or retired officers or whomever else to do this. And again, it's not a question for you. I'm just trying to make it clear that we're not, you can't say it's on us that we're holding them up. They have their own budget, they have their own cycle, and however they want to do it, it's on them. I just can't see how we can say that if we don't do it today, they got to wait till July to decide on getting officers. I think the sheriff, if they can, I don't know if they have the staff to even pull off 17 or half of SRO officers. I don't know. That'll be a sheriff question. But I think if he had the funding, I think we would probably say, yes, he got them today. But whether we fund them today or tomorrow, if the sheriff doesn't have the personnel, then you're still going to be on hold. It doesn't matter. But don't position this as though we're paying half. It's because the school system, the BOE decided to pay half now. But I was from the mere fact of 17, now we're at half. Get that? Can you afford this in your budget is the bigger question. If so, show me. If not, let's ask the BOE to provide the officers that they need today, not wait till July. And I don't, do you know their cycle, their budget?
They have a June 30th year
June
end,
30th.
so July 1st would be their
Okay.
new budget year.
Don't wait till July, June, May. Do it today. Do it for the holidays while they're out of school. So when they come to school on Monday, January 6th, I don't know when they get back in school after the holidays, have it there ready for them to go. I yield.
I feel like I owe this board some further explanation. The school board, for clarity, is not asking us for anything. I want to make that clear. And certainly I promised Chairman Ruckert that I would do that. They're not asking us for anything. A citizen approached, he sent a letter to the school board, the school superintendent. He sent a letter to the sheriff, and he sent a letter to me. He is a former military officer, colonel, and I'm not sure if he served in the Marine Corps or the Navy. But he said, do you realize, and he called a meeting and wanted to meet with all three of us. And he said, do you realize that your schools, your elementary schools, because he has a daughter that teach at one of the elementary schools here, he said they're uncovered, they're unmanned. And we said, yes, sir. He said, what are y'all going to do about it? I said, we'll talk. And then, of course, the sheriff said, just, we talked about, he said, add it to his BRR, of course, because that's the process we have in place. Trent North jumped in and said, well, I'll pay my half. So everybody was in agreement to make sure that we addressed the pungent concern of this citizen who has served our country, that said, I know that you have to be proactive rather than reactive. So it wasn't the school board, so they're not coming to us, and they didn't ask anything. In fact, they were living their life easy until this man walked up and said, you all need to do something. I have been in dialogue with Mr. Nutter. His name is Mr. C.J. Nutter, and I know Mr. Nutter wouldn't be opposed to me mentioning who he is, and he is very well known in this community. And he said, you all are a time bomb sitting here. And really, we really thanked him for bringing it to our attention, because I thought all the schools were covered, to be honest with you. So at that point, I didn't take the lead and say we would do anything as Board of Commissioners, but of course, the sheriff's budget is allocated from the board. And Mr. Nutter followed up with us. He sent emails, and he's been calling, and he said, not only my daughter is in these schools, he said, but what about all your elementary students? So he resonated with all of us. And so we pulled a plan together, and I'm telling you, I didn't realize that it was going to come to this. Again, it's all about the children. And certainly if again, one vote, but I wanted to make sure for clarity purposes, the school board has not asked for anything. Okay, I just want to make sure that's known, because I don't want them, because they are really, Chairman Ruckert called me last night. She was feeling real, but she said, please, she wanted to come to the meeting, and she decided not to. But she said, we're not asking for anything. Again, this was a citizen's plea, Mr. C.J. Nutter, and he asked me, and he laid his concerns on the table. And as the chairman of this county and the sheriff department and the superintendent, we responded accordingly. So, Board of Commissioners, with no further ado, I've shared everything that happened. Please prepare to cast your votes.
Yeah. You can. 5 minutes, you can declare it.
We have a 2-3 vote, and the motion failed. All right, thank you so much. We'll move on to the next item. What I'm going to do, Board of Commissioners, I'm going to give us a 5-minute break, because we just need to take a break for a second, 5 minutes. Okay. In recess. Do I need to?
Are we in recess for 5
Board of
minutes?
Commissioners, do we have a motion to go into recess? Oral unanimous vote, please take a break. Favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote. The meeting will resume. All right, we'll start with our next item, which is tab number 7. It was resolution to adopt the 2020 budget. Jennifer Holman,
All right.
Director Holman.
Okay, I just have a short presentation regarding the changes that have occurred since the budget hearing. Of course, the change that was just voted on is still reflected in here, but I do have Sabrina, my staff here, to be able to reflect different numbers once we get to that point. So the changes to the general fund since the budget hearing, there was an increase in local option sales tax projections of $114,250, increase in title ad valorem tax, known as the TAVT, of $63,000, so a total of $177,250 in revenue. There were some reductions into our expenditures. The reductions were contingency. The updated balance in contingency is $285,000. We reduced it by $120,000 to get to the $285,000. The assistant public defender, we realized that the number that was in there would be as of hiring them as of January 1. Knowing that they've got to advertise, they've got to interview, we said that they allow 90 days to hire, so there was a reduction of $30,250. At this time, there was the school resource officers, we said allow 90 days for the hiring process, which was a reduction of $265,000. The additions were the Board of Commissioners, part-time aides, legislative aides, 3 at $90,000. Strategic sourcing, savings, and improvement RFQs at $25,000. We said the library concept design drawing, approximately $10,000, could be paid out of Department 190. Countywide leadership diversity inclusion workshop seminar, $50,000. GIS countywide aerial photography flyover of $80,000. We had the property insurance renewal, which was an additional $237,000. And then, of course, this at the time had the SRO vehicles and uniforms and equipment at $90,000. So we had a total of $156,000 in expenditures. So this just shows you in the revenues how we have the different revenue categories from property taxes, sales taxes, internet sales taxes, TAVT, other taxes. You have intergovernmental, which is mainly your grants, charges for services, courts and law enforcement, and then a miscellaneous account. And you can see this just shows you at the budget hearing where those revenues were, and then now today where they are, and the variance, which we just went over. The use of fund balance is being shown today at $4,971,556. The expenditures by function, again, we've already gone over the changes, but just to show you by function of general government, judicial, public safety, public works, health and welfare, parks, recreation and culture, and planning and community development. So we have a total general fund budget of $103,286,194. We still have an estimated ending unassigned fund balance of 10% of policy, which is $9,754,635. As I talked about at the budget hearing, there are other funds other than the general fund that we're required to adopt a budget for. There were no changes to any of those that were discussed. The only addition was that I discussed yesterday was that we are now due to different way of accounting for the State Court Technology Fund. It was previously as an agency fund within the clerk's office, but just due to the nature of the fund, it needs to be a special revenue fund. It's self-sufficient, has its own funds. It takes a court order in order to use the funds. However, we do need to earmark it as a special revenue fund, so that currently have around $57,000 in that bank account in the clerk's office. So our total special revenue funds are $28,571,603. Of course, our capital project funds, they are project-linked budgets. The only thing we have to budget for them every year is the transfer out to pay the debt service. That's why you see the 2016 SPLOST capital project fund as well as the 2016 SPLOST debt service be the same, because the money comes out of the SPLOST fund into the debt service fund to fulfill the debt service for that year. You have your enterprise funds, which is your landfill solid waste disposal. No changes from the prior, from the budget hearing of $2,548,010. And again, no changes to the internal service funds of total in for health insurance and workers' comp of $17,469,796. So a total all-fund budget is $190,814. I'm sorry, $190,814,103. But with the changes that occurred because of the not approving the additional 17 school resource officers, that does bring the total expenditures for the general fund. Say that again so I can say it on the microphone. 194. Brings the expenditures, instead of the 103,286,194 to the 102,401,194. Because not only did we remove the expenditures, we also had to go up there and remove the revenue of the $595,000 from the Board of Education. So that concludes my presentation regarding the budget.
Okay, thank you so much, Director Holman. Board of Commissioners, any questions or comments? We are trying to get through the moment. Okay, Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to approve? Do we have a motion to approve the 2020 budget? Yes, Vice Chairman Robinson.
You're okay, you're not exposed. All right, real quick, may I make a comment?
Sure.
Because since she's there, before you. So Director Hallman, so real quick, I want to, and I heard it, and I just, again, I'm processing on multiple levels, so it took me a minute here to come back around full circle. So I'm going to come back because I want to address, now, is it a separate item? And I just want to make sure, are we going to, in agreeing to this budget, is the legislative aids in this, or is it going to be a separate vote?
It is already included in the budget,
It is
3
in-
of them.
Okay, it's in the budget. All right, so let's, again, I got to come back to that, right? That's something that I think respectfully, it needs to be addressed. And again, this is a big budget, meaning $100 million budget, right? And the district commissioners are talking about 30,000. 50,000 is what I asked for originally, so let's be clear. It was 50,000. And the reason I say that is that if I look at the other counties, see, we like to follow who we want to follow. We'll follow the feds when it's convenient. We'll follow our neighbors when it's convenient. You know, South Fulton, it's 100,000 per person, right? You go over there to what Commissioner over there in City of Atlanta, they got 5 legislators. Now they're 5 times bigger than us. But the same, it's all relative, right? When we're trying to get stuff done, we ain't got time to be in queue. Madam Chair takes precedent. Yes, she is the chair. Yes, she is there. You guys hired her to do that full-time job, right? Full-time. But we need support, and we need access, and we need to be able to get stuff when we need to do real time. You got time to be queuing nothing up, right? The level of skill sets that we're looking for me personally, and I can only speak for my office, is I'm looking for a deeper, high-touch, high-technology. I don't need no smiles. I don't need no handshakes. Like, look, I'm trying to get some stuff done, right? And so I've just sort of hovered probably for about 8 years. I did it all myself. Nobody, I think I go pound for pound for anybody regarding a PowerPoint or an Excel spreadsheet in here. Okay, how many degrees you go? You put me in the ring with you. The level that I look for, I don't get it. My financial analysis, we have to outsource it. And it's okay. It's not a criticism. But there's some things that I'm trying to get done on behalf of my citizens that may benefit the whole, but it's like, it's time. I can't put on that old sheep cloth of what y'all did in the past. This is new wine. Not going to do it. Okay? Can't live in that ranch house that I'm good. You got that. Right? That's something that's 30 years old. Like, no, I'm good. Right? When you begin anew, use your comments as you swing Right, you rebirth. My son's 6'2", 6'1". Like, okay, they can't put on Dad's little 5'9" jacket. Different generation, right? Bring way more value. Go to another level. My approach to my citizens to be more active, to be out there. Like, okay, I need to have somebody, a forerunner that's ahead of us to get stuff done. State legislators have them. I mean, I don't have to justify this, right? I'm beyond that, right? It's just time. We're trying to do more for our citizens, right? So now we have to divide and conquer. I can't queue up, especially with these very active people. My peers are active, better than the ones when I came in with. The ones I came in with didn't really have town halls, didn't really do all that. They really wasn't engaged. It was an old school, and I sat up there, I'm king, whatever case you guys are, you come to me and you kiss the ring at Longhorn and so forth. They weren't engaged. They did not get engaged. Go pull, you want to talk about open record, go pull all their stuff. Go look at when they were engaged. Go pull all their calendars and compare them to this generation. We want to do more, right? So we need more bandwidth, more capacity. It's simple, no different than interns. A few years ago, I advocated for interns, right? There was resistance. Why do we need interns? It's like, I don't got time for explaining why. I can't give you your answer. That's one thing about us as this board of commissioners. I can't do you your voice. And I also have to respect you as is, right? Okay, you don't want nothing? Okay, let's get out your way. I'll let you be, right? We went through that with the interns, right? One of us decided we didn't want it. Okay, we all got it. It's what it was allowed. One decided they didn't want it. It's like, okay, we keep this moving because everybody approaches their office different. Remember, we all are subdivisions, perhaps, of the state, right? Now, you got these board of commissioners. We're all sovereign in our little areas. I can't tell Commissioner Mitchell what to think, how to act, what he should have in his office. I would dare try to go there, and he would not justify it, but just for the sake of the conversation, we'd look at each other like, okay, like, really? We know who we are. We know what our power is and what we're trying to get done. So sometimes it's like, okay, really stop, let that go, guys. Right? We're trying to get something done on behalf of the citizens. Right, my citizens call me up, Commissioner Roberts, can you come by here? Can you come by there? Sure, okay. Sometimes I can't. Sometimes somebody can go ahead of time. There's some citizen that's in District 2 that's looking to become a legislative aide. Hey, hit me up. Just like with those interns, man, found some incredible talent. Oh, my 2 interns have just been spectacular. Right, think about it. Right, again, I cannot, that's like saying my kids must stay small. I don't want them to grow no more. Don't move. I like you right where you are. You still, when we say that, we don't want to grow. We just want to keep it where we are. We just, and I get how when we age, perhaps, there's a degree of stability. We want it to be controlled, but it expands. The universe expands. We expand, we grow. Trees grow, children grow, families grow, everything grows. If society and the economy is based on the family unit, then it's going to grow by default. Right? So some of the false narratives that's out there, they're really false arguments, and I don't swing them. I just like to entertain them. It's like, well, I understand, I respect if you don't want to do it that way, but I'm going this way. Right? And so it's one of those like citizens, we're trying to do something new, innovative. It's breaking free from the old. It's like, we got to like to your point, you got to let the past go. Right. Exactly. How they think, how they thought, how they practice, what they did, and we're swinging toward a new future. I'm sure you since you didn't speak about it, I think in that budget there's $150,000 that's earmarked for our 150th. Neat number. I don't know if that was by design, but I thought it was pretty neat. But again, we're speaking to how we're going to, now look, so we're going to spend $150,000 to celebrate the whole county, to mark something that's very important, because for 150 years, from 1870 to 2020, I get it, it tells a story. But we're also in that story, in acknowledging the past, we're embracing the future, so there's going to be a swing. I get it. But as the county begins to do what it does, there's still districts that says, okay, I get that, y'all got that, but the district also needs to do what it needs to do. We've got very unique things to get done. We have very different character areas. I need to communicate with my citizens in a much, much higher level. I don't need to be queuing up Tiffany, like, can you, like, really? I have no capacity. I've support staff, like, it doesn't work. I've outgrown it. It's like, okay, that's enough. Got to go to another level. because I'm trying to get stuff done right. She asked me, what did you sign up for? Did you not? I'm like, you know what? You're right. And I don't have to, right. What did it say? A higher standard? I'm with that. So with that comes an expectation like, okay, I need what I need to be able to get done what I need to get done. So I want to address that part of the budget as to why District 2 is saying that now we're formulating a formal office, that there will be a resource for it. All right, that's important. Let's not hide it, let's not bury it. Like, no, make it public. I've never been a person to try to hide, sneak through back doors, foxholes. No, tell the truth to the public. Don't do that. It's not authentic. You know, it speaks to all the assortment of things. But as it relates to anything else on this budget, I think we're going to cover the rest of them in the contracts later. So let me make sure on this. This is the whole budget, right, Jennifer?
Yes.
All right. So my other issue that I want to make sure I address, and likewise with the budget, is an investment in our equipment. And I'm going to yield to a certain extent to my peers that may want to speak to our investment in our technology. It's something I'm just going to back up from my perspective, is I always say, make sure the math is right. And Director Hallman knows that with this 11-year run, I always ask, no matter, you know, she used to be with the old chairman. Every time I try to talk to him, he would lean his head in front of her, like, okay, can I talk to her? He'd be at the head, like, Madam Chair, and he would lean over, like, I'm trying to get to, but I can still see. In light of the fact of, like, you know, I don't want you to talk to her too much, but it's like, that's okay, I can still see it. And all I ever ask for is, like, make sure that the numbers are right. Right? I know what the numbers look like. You can paint them however you want to. I know what I'm looking at. And that's what I became known as for this county for the past 11 years. Like, okay, well, I don't have to overemphasize where I've been to school, how much I know. Like, okay, all right. I don't have to do that. I can vote no on an economic deal, and it passes, and it made a difference. Like, everybody mad at me, like, well, why? It passed. Because my validation matters. It matters. Right? One thing I don't politicize the numbers. Right? And my eyes, my face don't lie either. If you ask me the right question, it's like, well, okay, I'll tell you what I really think. But that being said, I believe this investment in that tax assessors and tax commissioner office is vital. It's something that, and this is a broad question, I'm not going to go deep, but it's like, okay, guys, right. We're acting like it's 30 years ago, like I moved here in 1990 with my roommate right there across from Silver Creek and Wesley Creekside Apartments. Like, guys, you're leaving too much value on the table. I get that you're trying to preserve, pretend like, well, ain't nothing over here, we're preserving our money for us, but this thing has grown with so many people, and this infrastructure and this cash, and it's like, I don't even know, and your systems are so old that, and you got this dilapidated system that's running with a clock, and everybody's trying to rationalize, well, ain't nothing wrong with them 30-year-old shoes, and it's like, ain't nothing wrong with that car that's about, like, that's a good car. Like, guys, come on. Raise up. It's okay. It's just evolve. It doesn't mean the end of anything, but it's time to put that Linus blanket on down there, give it to, you know, we can give it to somebody. It's time to embrace new, right? And I know it's like, well, wait a minute, I'm used to doing things the way I'm like, okay, but that was 30 years ago. And I'm going to respect it enough to say, okay, but that's enough, right? Time to move forward, because I can't wear them 30-year-old shoes. Like, they don't have laces, they done fell apart. Why are we pretending that we're trying to maintain? And it's a fake narrative because you're acting like you're doing good. Like, we're holding on to this thing. Like, guys, you're slowing yourselves down. You're not performing at the level that you should. And all these people have moved in here since I moved in here in 90. Probably 50,000 people have moved in here. You've got the same tax level, but all these people have moved in here, educated, more money, everything in here has raised up, but yet you haven't kept the system going. You haven't maintained anything. You haven't, these parks, the paper called me, Commissioner Robbins, can you tell me about the park and stuff? Like, well, you know, is anything going to be coming out the district, out to the west? I'm like, well, that's that committee. I mean, you know, I ain't got nothing to do with that. Like, you got to advocate for it. I mean, you made your priorities. See, what's important in this is say, what is our priorities? Each district has to weigh in and say, well, what's our priority? If the prior administration was important to build a jail, which I get, but don't be mad at me when you take $150 million to build that jail, and it's the same amount that I could have resurfaced every road, every cul-de-sac in this county with that same amount of money. Now I'm between both. So it's like, okay, time out for like we're nitpicking over 200, 300. Like, really, guys? Really? At the age and the seasoning up here, it's time to move forward. It's time to move forward. So for those citizens who are saying like, well, Commissioner Robinson, we appreciate that you're cleaning up. We appreciate we see that you guys are mowing and cutting the grass and so forth, right? Okay, but when you'll get to my road, and we're doing all those good things. We had a transportation committee meeting. We're doing all the things that are necessary to set the expectations for the future. But you can't perpetrate about where you are with the budget says, okay, guys, all right, we got to re-up. It is what it is. If you burned all the SPLOST money from time on the jail, you spent $5 million cash on an animal shelter, you bought the tax commissioner, you had a bunch of write-offs, you had $8 million. If you just follow the cash, they just burn through it, right? And then you got 5 rollbacks. Look at your fiscal policy. I just sort of sat back like, okay. Y'all playing. Now it's time to swing to the future, but it's not the end of the world. It's just like, okay, guys, new leadership, let the past go. Don't try, you can't be in both worlds. You can't play both sides. You simply have to grab this and say, okay, it's time to move us forward, and these are the steps that are going to take. And Jennifer, as you know, we've got a funding plan that's coming, so we're going to get there. But when we dance, it's like, guys, don't do the public like this. Be honest, and it's okay. They're waiting to hear us take the leadership. And say, okay, we get it. We understand. We can count too. Like, Chris Robinson, trust me, you're not the only one that can count. I'm like, I know. They're like, okay, so where are we going? Where are we going? And that's the story that's going to be told. So the budget is just a mechanism. We could spend the next hour to talk about it. I really don't think it's necessary. But I think, again, for the sake of the conversation, let's know what this is. That's why that many people are here. This is just, it ain't that deep. This wasn't a hard budget. This really wasn't. We've had harder. We've come through a recession. That was tough. This is like, oh, okay. But anyway, again, Madam Chair, I think my comments regarding the budget, other than that legislative aid that I marked, it was for, I asked for $50,000 because I can't, $30,000 is less than what I call a living wage. Right? No, y'all got to make that living wage now. I can't find nobody less than that. I can't do that, so I'm more than that. So my thing is $50,000. My peers say or don't support that, and I respect that. I yield the floor.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner. Any other comment before I call for motion? Board of Commissioners, do we have a
Yes, ma'am.
motion? Okay, I'm sorry, Commissioner Guider.
I'm glad you brought up the rollback because last year y'all raised the taxes because y'all were concerned about projects coming down the pipeline that we were going to have to fund. Well, where is that money, that extra money that you brought in for not rolling the millage rate back? You didn't save it, I assure you. Every savings area that we have in this budget is depleted. We've depleted our contingency is what, 300,000 now?
285.
285, and that's a rainy day fund for all the county. The tax commissioner has a contingency of half that, 150,000, just for his department. When you say contingency fund, and you know how I stand on this, tax commissioner, when you say a contingency fund, that means pretty well you can spend it any way you want to. Now, the tax commissioner's budget has doubled since he's been in office, doubled. So I've got figures right here. But last year, what really concerned me was the fact that he spent the contingency fund on hiring he changed his part-time, 3 employees, part-time employees to full-time. Well, normally when anybody is hired in any department, they're supposed to come up before the commissioners and ask, because it's going to affect budgets from here on out. not just that one budget, but from here on out. And so by circumventing that mechanism, he's increased our budget from here on out in the amount of about $55,000. I don't have any qualms with equipment. I have qualms with a slush fund. And when you give in $150,000 to any elected official, once we approve that, they can spend it any way they want to. It's not allocated for equipment. It's not allocated for capital things that they need in the office, but it can be spent on anything. But he also gave some bonuses, and county employees did not get bonuses. A budget is supposed to be exact. You're supposed to project the funds that you need, and you put it in the budget, and then we have that responsibility of saying, well, we can fund this, but we can't fund that. And we tell all the people, but I've never seen it like this. If you come before this board, you get it. We're spending money we don't have. Our financial advisor has already told us that we are spending more money than we're bringing in. Our outflow is more than our inflow. But Commissioner Robinson made a big to-do about the $30,000 that was allocated for the 3 commissioners here. I simply didn't think I needed it. That's why it's not for 4 people, it's only for 3. I have a website that people in my district can send me an email. It comes to my home computer. I can answer them just like that. If anybody wants to come up here and meet with me, I tell them to call Sherry. She sets up an appointment, and usually it's on the days that we have our regular meetings. But I meet with them. I did it yesterday, met with someone. I probably have to call a constituents about, I'd say, between 5 and 10 times a week. That doesn't take a part-time employee to do that. Now, spreadsheets, I'm pretty good at spreadsheets. I went to school out here at West Georgia at night, learned how to do it, and brought it back to my employees when I was tax commissioner and taught them how to do it. I can take spreadsheets, merge it with Word, and do mail merge. And send thousands of letters out by merging those 2 files. I know how to do that. But I've never had a spreadsheet that I needed that I couldn't call finance and say, I'd like such and such. Y'all are very capable. I think y'all were given a black eye yesterday saying that nobody in the organization was capable. But anyway, I always believe in saving money, having enough money for rainy days and to fund projects that you don't see coming down the pipeline. We had that in 2009. We had 7 or 9 bridges that washed out. Well, we have to fund the money up front before we get reimbursed by GMA or whatever. But, and we've had bridges in subdivisions wash out. Right down the street in the Falls, one time it washed out. And our crew spent days down there fixing that. Things happen. You have to have some money. We used to have about $2 million in our capital transportation fund, but you've depleted that for sure. And I point to Commissioner Robinson because he's over that transportation committee, and they just spend, And when our advisor told us we needed to stop spending so much money, they just spent more money. They've added more today than they did yesterday. It just keeps growing. We've got to learn to say no. Give people what they need. I have no qualms with that. But sometimes you have to say no, maybe next year. You can grow. I think as far as my communication with my constituents, it sounds like it's better than anybody up here. So I'm not so backward as y'all put it. Yesterday when we were talking about all this, and I hope everybody goes out there and looks at that film, because I've never seen a commissioner talk to us like we were a bunch of idiots. But I'm not trying to tell them how to run their districts. I'm just saying, do we really need it? Do we really need this? I assure you, if you're just answering a phone call, which we already have people to do, or if you're answering an email, it really doesn't take employees to do that. You're going to be doing the work twice. That employee is going to have to relay that message to you. So why not just handle it up front yourself? But we need savings accounts. We need rainy day funds. Our contingency is way too low, and we're already spending it on a project. I think there's $10,000 for a design for our library that we've been told by the West Georgia Library people that it's going to be years down the road. Why do we have to do the design now? Wait until a couple of years closer to the time we may get a $2 million grant. But from the concept that Commissioner Carthen wants for that library, you're talking about a $5 million match for that $2 million grant, because she wants it twice the size of Dog River or any library in the county. So it's good to have projects. I don't say you shouldn't have visions and everything, but I'm saying if you want that, you better start saving some money, because right now we don't have $4 million or $5 million. So you got to save money. It doesn't take long for these little bitty 30,000s here and 30,000 there and 150,000 here to add up to millions of dollars. And we need to get serious about some savings. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Guider. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to approve the 2020 budget? Vice Chairman Robinson.
Real quick, I couldn't forget this. I wanted to clarify, you talked about contingency, and I need to separate the two. Seeing that I was actually here in office back when we had the 500-year flood. That was my very first experience, right, to see the devastation that happened for us. I remember Biden came in to Cobb County and stuff on Air Force Two, but we were over here and we were doing what we're doing. We didn't have time to sort of slow down, though, because again, what 50-something roads, 17 bridges, the lives. I mean, it was pretty deep. But it wasn't about that small contingency that Chief speaks to. We had an emergency that we can go below our policy. That's what we use. We're reimbursed we go below our policy. You use that for emergency. So how much do we have, Jennifer, bottom of our policy? Director Hallman.
I'm sorry, the fund balance?
Yeah, fund balance.
9.5.
How much?
9.5 million.
9.5 million. And when do you use that money? When is it an appropriate use? We understand policy, but when would
Yes,
you?
just like you said, for emergencies, our policy is to maintain a minimum of 10%.
Yeah.
So we always try to, of course, during the year, just because of the way we operate and our tax revenue comes in the last 2 months of the year, you see in the Finance Committee reports that we have a negative fund balance, but we know that that's temporary just because of the way the all counties or all governments operate as the tax dollars come in later in the year. But usually that's the 10% is our minimum. and that's where we're used for emergencies.
Yes, and so to that point, I mean, again, one more time, when we're being disingenuous when we talk to the citizens about what this is. Don't mislead the public that we're going to take $200,000 as a contingency to handle any type of natural disaster. See, there's that fear. There's that fear, right? We want to scare the people. No, we're fine. We just ain't going to do it the way you once did it. But we're fine. There's no justification necessary. Right, it's the narrative. I appreciate what my colleague said. Yeah, you're right. You see the gnawing and the gnashing of the teeth. Yeah, you do see the, yeah, I understand. I understand. Right. Right. It's always a justification. So it's like, as long as everybody coexists, to her point, do nothing, don't do nothing. But why is the paper calling me about why ain't nothing got done out there? If you've got such a lock with your citizen, why are they calling me? Why are they inviting me to their HOA boot camps? Why are they inviting me to sort of touch bases with them? Like, why is that? Why is Bill Arbor, why weren't they taken care of when you were in the majority? Your priorities were a jail and an animal shelter. You took all the SPLOST money on a single building to cage 800 people. You took $5 million cash out of what? The general fund. To do what? Cage 80 cats and dogs. Don't get convenient about priority. You began to roll back. No, and then you raised the millage rate 24%. The biggest lift ever. Don't get convenient. I could, like, we won't give you a history lesson, but I love history. Like, no, that ain't how this went down. And we will not accept, this administration will not accept the failures of the past, the mismanagement. Okay, you were so excessive in how you applied funding in your fiscal policy. One thing, the entire SPLOST in an off year, you slipped it through when everybody's in a state of disarray because it's the Great Recession, and you're going to run a SPLOST and talk about it's the greatest economic development thing in the Southeast? Stop it. It's time to move forward. That's what I'm saying. Like, okay, whatever. Don't feel bad. We're okay. It ain't like that, and we made it through that. There's good discipline here. We're moving forward. My point, though, and I just want to clarify that for you, Madam Chair, that emergency fund, you've got more than enough to handle any disaster. That contingency is just what it is. I'm going to give you an example. For example, back in August, the Board of Commissioners passed legislation to award for marketing. This dealt with tourism. And this was for an organization called PGN and Conquer Worldwide. All right, and so we appropriated $25,000 then. Recently, we couldn't quite get there. It's part of an economic development type of initiative. But what I'd like to do at this point is to repeal that decision, to take that out of that hotel motel tax and take, now this is how you use contingency, $25,000 for that. So that is my recommendation as part of an amendment, $25,000 is going to go to Empower Douglas. Please make a note of that. $25,000 out of contingency going to Empower Douglas. That is strictly for marketing associated for this bigger, whatever they're working on, this 150th, whatever they do, right? We've already talked about it. We already legislated. I'm just recalibrating, right? I'm trying to clear the air for something right now. All right, so I yield the floor. All right, I'm good.
Any other? Commissioner Carthen?
I won't be long, Madam Chair. Thank you. I just wanted to understand, Jennifer, that our revenue and taxes that we bring in is $82,475,796. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And if we keep going all the way down, we have general fund revenues of $103,286,194.
Mm-hmm.
Of that, we use our fund balance of $4,971,556 to
Balance the budget.
balance the budget. So that means in all the revenues we bring in, we don't have enough to balance the budget. We have to use the fund balance to balance the budget.
Correct.
Is that the best way to balance the budget?
Well, in the ideal world, you would want to have your revenues equal your expenditures so that you can continue to build your fund balance. But it's just a matter of decision and choice of what y'all want to do as far as maintaining the minimum 10% or having, because that's why we say minimum, or if we want to have more than 10%.
I just wanted to make sure we brought that out because there are real choices that we as commissioners make in order to ensure that every department, even if they are understaffed, has what they need. So we will even go into the fund balance to balance the budget to make sure that we give constituents what they need. I made a comment yesterday that I do work. I'm not retired yet. I hope to be one day like the commissioner on the end. I pray one day that I will be retired and that I will be able to answer my constituents at the drop of a dime and have, website, which I do have a website up. You may go to it. It is carthenfordc.com. It is up and running. I love for my constituents to go to it. But I'm answering constituents right now, and it's 8:30 at night. I've answered 2 constituents while we have been sitting here. I have went to constituents' homes after coming from work in Atlanta into Douglas County and saw an email, and I knew that I wouldn't be able to answer them, so I just called them because they gave me their phone number, and they're shocked. My commissioner is calling me, and it's 6:42. I need to know, what is your issue? Well, my issue is nobody has ever came to my street and saw my street condition. I've been here for 30 years. This commissioner did. And the next morning, I got on the line and I called my county administrator, and he got the DOT involved, and it was taken care of. And that constituent sent me a card. I have about 8 or 10 cards on my desk right now of me having done things like that. Yet I work a full-time job. I have a nonprofit. I have 4 children. I have a husband, and I have 7 employees. And I still make it my business to make sure that I answer every email that comes across me. So that's why you guys get emails at 6 o'clock in the morning from me. I'm doing it, but I am only one person. Can you imagine what I could do for my constituents if there was 2 or 3 of me? I would love to give that type of service to them. So when I advocated that I needed the 50, well, I was thinking, okay, well, at least I can pay somebody $20 an hour to come in and set up the town halls, or to go out and look at constituents' issues, or to meet about a issue within the HOA. I have HOAs that would love for me to come, but I'm only one person. So how I want to run District 3 is totally up to me. I love that Madam Chair says, I am not dictating how you run your office. Thank you. With that being said, I want to run it this way, differently from how it's been ran before. First town hall I had over 100 people. Can you imagine if I only did that by myself? I had Tiffany, I had DOT, I had Mark, I had a room full of people after hours, meaning they go home at a certain time, but because I asked, they came. These things are monumental, and making sure that Douglas County citizens know I care. When I knocked on your door to ask you for your vote, to be the voice at the Board of Commissioners table, I took that seriously. I can't be your voice if I can't really communicate with you, if I don't have somebody out there doing the work every day. I can't be your voice. But I'd be doggone if I don't be your voice on my watch to get the resources I need to make sure that my constituents are taken care of. So I'm advocating for not only me, but for the rest of my Board of Commissioners, whether they want it or not. Use the resources to get what needs to be done in this county. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Carter. Commissioner Mitchell, I see you adjusting your mic.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, ma'am. Oh, yes. Okay. Wow. And I promise you I won't be long. I know we all say that. That's kind of our lead in, and it's like, but for my colleagues, I'll just be brief. So Jennifer, if you would just also, the internet sales, that the tax sales that you are anticipating, I don't truly get your formula, well, not your formula that was used. Don't quite agree with it, but just share with the public again about those numbers that you got in this budget. And I know Madam Chair may speak to that down the road, but I'll just wanted you to share.
Sure.
And I'm not going to get into a long, drawn-out conversation about it, but just share what that is and kind of where we are with that first. That's my first question.
Okay. As you know, we get sales tax, and starting January 1, I believe that the law has changed where even the smaller businesses online would be paying sales tax.
The state did not pass that, just FYI.
I think they did not have a way to.
They don't have a
They don't have a way to make sure everybody's in compliance.
That's compliance, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's kind of the honor system is the way it is right now. So the part that for the compliance and making sure is the part that did not pass. But when we received sales tax, we knew that was going to be starting next year as far as the internet sales tax. And Madam Chair read some articles, and if she wants to go in a little bit more detail on those in regards to the impact of what that kind of would have for the county or for in general, and then she narrowed that down of what kind of impact that would have for Douglas County, and that's the number that we placed in the budget for internet sales tax.
You wrapped it up in a nutshell.
Oh, okay. I guess we'll leave it there. So, but that number ended up being,
3.8 million.
got it, okay. And the honor system is what we're banking on. I don't think anybody in this room, yet along watching us on DC 23, would believe that we reach out to pay internet sales taxes. But if you want to, not you, if you want to believe that, go right ahead. I want to do this also. Oh, let's go back 2 years, 3 years now, I guess, ago, that we rolled back. If we had not rolled back the first and second year of this administration, yet along we did not roll back the third year, and that's not a millage rate increase, but it is a millage rate decrease. What would the numbers would have been?
I believe for all the years that were rolled back was a total of around $9 million cumulative.
Gotcha. And the only reason I reference that is that if we had steadfast, and for clarity, that wasn't a property tax millage rate increase, and that's why you got to separate the two. It's just how Roy Barnes wrote that piece of legislation. It gives you the impression that there's a millage rate increase.
Correct.
But there isn't.
The millage rate actually
Stays the
the same, maintain the current millage rate.
So if we had that roughly $9 million, where would we be? Don't answer that. Okay, but let me do this here, though. I would like to ask the tax commissioner if he could come in and have a quick conversation, if you would just stand by for just a second. I want to just ask, because we want to talk about the monies we're looking at the software and why. Yes, he come on up with us. Yeah, let Benny come on up with you. So, because I want to make sure we understand why that's there. What's the necessity for that, and the benefit from the state, the tax assessor, and the tax commissioner's office. Kind of, what's that benefit? I'm not advocating that because I like you. I'm saying this is how we need to kind of get ahead of technology and able ourselves to be efficient at your job and your job with the state, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If you'll just kind of speak to that for just one, and give us the short story, because I think I don't think any of us want to be here to midnight, so.
The short story is we're using an outdated system.
Okay.
That system goes back to the 90s. We're in new technology now. We have to have that technology to do our job. Benny stated yesterday, we did the digest 5 or 6 times, and we still didn't get it right.
Right.
We're still short. We're still going back and catching up as we go. Benny just said something to me just while we were sitting there. I want you to repeat that part. But it's just not my system. Ms. Geithner keeps saying it's the tax commissioner's system.
Correct.
It's not just my system. It's Benny's system.
The state system.
It also connects to GIS, so it's not money just for the tax commissioner's
Correct.
office. That's incorrect.
And we're just lining it up and under your line item, in
Yes.
your budget rather, to account for it.
Yes.
And outside of that, it kind of spreads, it got some tentacles that kind of reaches out to other departments and other places that kind of make this whole thing of yours and what you guys do be more efficient, correct?
It's just like some of you said, it's new technology. It's going to improve the county, funding coming in. It's going to improve our overtime. Mrs. Geithner said something about I gave out bonuses. Well, I didn't just give out bonuses. I work with the administration, which I'm supposed to do. That's your county manager, your personnel director. And we came up with a program to stop the bleeding because we were paying overtime.
Correct.
And you were in a conversation with me and Madam Chair, and you agreed with that, and all of a sudden you don't. But that's basically what I'm supposed to do, is to get with the county manager, and we stopped the bleeding at overtime and made some of them people full-time, not full-time, but we made them permanent employees where they wouldn't get overtime. And then we came up with a program to give them bonuses at the end. And that's working with your county administrator and your personnel director. So you only tell half the story, and you knew the other half of the story because you were on the phone with Madam Chair and myself. So you got to quit telling half the story, because if you think I'm going to sit back and not tell the rest of the story, that's not true. Excuse me, wait a minute. I sat back and you talked. Let me talk. You do two things. You only pick on two people in the county, myself and the coroner. And you do that thinking we're not going to fight back. You did so much as to call my office, ask one of the employees to spy on me. Then you told her not to tell me, and don't deny it, because I'll have her at the next meeting. So I'm going to tell you now, quit picking on me. Quit trying to deny me stuff. You have never voted once for anything that I wanted. Not once. Go back and look at your record. Not one time have you voted for anything I wanted. But you will not sit there and pick on the tax commissioner's office. I'm telling you that now. I will not stand here and let you do it. Now, Benny,
Okay.
would you please tell what you said?
Well, the funding for the new equipment,
The software, yes.
Benny, can you speak up just a little bit for us?
Turn the mic up, yeah. Fix it.
funding for the new software, I like the way y'all put it at the work session. It's like seed money. We're seeing what we can find, trying to improve the processes. And if we can improve the processes where we don't have to redo the digest a number of times and redo the duplication and all that, that's well and good. WinGap has done a great job over the years in appraising the properties. We have met the requirements of the state, but the county's trying to improve and do better. And I saw this as an effort to see what we can do. And as far as working with the tax commissioner, I've worked with him. I worked with you, Commissioner, when you were tax commissioner. You did a good job. Todd did a good job. Greg has done a great job. We work well together. He's helped me in a lot of ways. We communicate very well. And I'm just wanting to continue to work hard for the county, that's all.
Got it. So, and thank you, gentlemen, for just explaining that this is just not trying to give you another line item of doubling your budget, because this is going to be a one-time item that you guys will receive that will be spread amongst you, the assessor, and everybody else to be more efficient, not just for you to, I don't know, spend it on anything frivolously, I guess.
No, it's not to spend it on anything frivolous. You know, my budget has increased, but it should increase. That means the county's growing. We've hired more employees. It hasn't doubled.
And you've been more efficient in
We've
your
been more
collection.
efficient. the citizens are happy to get in and out of the county. And they get out and out of there. My goal is at the longest 15 minutes. Now, we're going to have sometimes where you're a little longer, but the county's, they're right, the county's growing. I can't change that. People are moving in. It's just going to happen. So the budget is going to grow. We're going to need new equipment. Things are going to change. We don't live in the past. We don't live in the 90s. We're living in 2019, going into 2020. That's just the way it is.
And that would also add that if the DMV and that whole makeup decides to make it your way, here we go.
Correct.
So I just wanted you to share the idea of what this really is, not what we speculate it to be.
No, and it's not a want, it's a need. I heard someone say what I want. It's not what I want.
Right.
It's a need at this time.
Absolutely.
And if it wasn't needed, I wouldn't ask for it. And everything I've asked for in my department, we need it. And I don't ask for anything that we don't need. I don't spend money frivolously. I just paid for a, where she says discretionary funds. I said, you could change the word. I don't care what you call it.
Right. And
We needed a handicap door where you push the button. We don't have that on our door. Handicapped people can't open the door. I paid for that out of my budget. My budget. I shouldn't have paid for that out of my budget, but I did. Because those people need, the handicapped people of Douglas County need to open that door. They cannot open that door.
Right.
And I'm going to pay for that for them.
Thank you, Tax Commissioner, and thank you, Benny, for all what you guys do. And again, I just want to make sure that the general public kind of knew what that number in this budget was all about and why. And it's just not something that's in there that we just trying to make up or make it. Thank you guys again, and I'm going to get back with Jennifer. So, all righty. Okay. Jennifer? And I'm trying to find this. I think we went to the sheriff department where we actually increased their salaries. I think we're looking at, take me there again. And I apologize, I don't have my glasses here to try to.
The deputy raises?
Yes.
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 That would be the boots on the ground, as he called it, in order, I think he had at the time 25 plus vacancies. He just can't find the people to fill them. Therefore, to be competitive with the surrounding area, with the city of Douglasville, metro area, he talked about that he needed to raise the minimum for the boots on the ground, the deputies that go out there and put on their bulletproof vests to be competitive.
Right.
So that was, as well as the jailers as well. And he worked with the HR director Perry. And
I think that's still his name. I don't give a shit.
I call him Frederick, so I'm sorry. Was $445,000.
Right, so that's an additional 400, and then it will be compounded. That we have to understand that
It'll be
now once we
recurring
move.
every year.
Oh, okay. So it sounds great now, but what happens next budget cycle? That number will be compounded to be the bigger number of 4 now at 45 per, and even when we hire and so on and so forth. That's why I just want to make that statement now so people can understand that. Yes, it's here, and it just only $400,000 roughly. But what up tomorrow? That's, great leaders kind of look down the road. We try to understand what 3 and 5 and 10 years look like versus just right now. And I'm just only making a statement. I'm not looking for anything to respond on that though. So with that being said, Jennifer, thank you guys, and I think you guys did an excellent job with what you had to work with. Don't totally agree with what you brought back and all the adjustments. But I think you were given directions that you followed well. And I commend you guys on that. Just don't totally agree with them. That's all.
Okay.
I yield.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Mitchell. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to adopt the 2020 budget?
So moved.
Can I make one just so that we're clear here? We would be, because you moved the SROs, thank you. The SROs were removed from the budget. You actually have funding that you would be able to, instead of taking out a contingency for the 25,000 for the Empower Douglas, you could actually put that in there without removing an additional 285. I did not know if you wanted to adopt or ask for adoption without these and then vote on those separately, like increase them from the 30,000 to the 50,000 for the legislative aid, just so that we're clear on what's actually adopted, because those were some things that were mentioned in the commissioner comments.
That was a lot.
Yeah.
Are you directing at one of us, or?
Yes, yes, because you're going to.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Madam Chair, do I have the floor, or was it on you? Okay, all right. No, I'll clarify. While I appreciate it, I didn't want to, and I need my peers to hear this, one wasn't related to the other, right? The focus on the 25,000 out of contingency was just that. It wasn't a net because we made this decision that we now got a savings over here for the SROs. Unrelated. That may not have gone that way. It's unrelated. Don't time two. So let the contingency be the focus of what that was, to use 25 out of that, and whatever that net benefit of that SRO goes right to the bottom line. But I don't want.
Okay. Okay, I
Stay
just
with
wanted
me.
to make sure.
Yeah, okay. Same thing with.
I knew they wasn't related, I just didn't know if
Right.
we wanted to do any kind of
No.
swapping or
No,
anything.
no, please. Keep them clean. Keep them,
Okay.
please. And as relates to the $50,000, again, now that's wherever you had that, whatever your new buckets that you created, that just simply becomes a 50 versus a 30. Just, I'm talking accounting language, wherever you put that. But it's all part of this moment. I mean, we're already into the count.
Just one question. What is Empire Douglas?
A newly formed 501c6 that hasn't quite got its IRS status, but these were the individuals that was so, how would I say, whose characters was protected. A lifelong citizen, Dr. Robert Watkins and Terry McCullough, that you guys didn't do a very good job respecting, that we had to clean this up. Now, so Empower Douglas will focus on doing marketing and some film work for us regarding tourism. That was the intended goal, but really we're just making it generically marketing at this moment. But this is something that the Board of Commissioners passed, 5-0 back in August of 2019? Or I'll just say, the majority voted on this to amend. We passed a resolution back in August of 2019 to allow them to do this $25,000. This is when all the brouhaha began to say that it was illegal. And this is when we began I don't want to rehash that. We'll come to that in a minute. But it's one of those where let that go. We're just saying, take those very bona fide citizens who've done well, who've paid taxes, who've bought buildings, who've done all those great things for us, who really only wanted to volunteer, should have more respect than was given by some members of the Board of Commissioners. Let's just say we're going to go ahead and take them, like we're going to move them to the side. It's sort of like on the side of the mountain, like they deserve better than that, right? And they're going to be made whole because of that, in spite of. Move them to the side. They're whole, right? They don't have to go back and re-question what they for. No, I'm not going to justify. You ask them. You ask them, right? You ask them. And maybe you'll have a different appreciation. But I think the treatment, and I think that's what, you did good, Commissioner Baker. I just, I said, okay, I'll just stay in my lane. Sometimes it is the tone, the rhetoric, the treatment. Some people act like it does not happen. I mean, it is what it is. But it's shifting. But that when that spirit rises up and it looks you in the eye, and you say, "Get thee behind me." No, that will not happen. I think that's what's important. So since you asked the question, y'all asked me to clarify, that's to bring honor back, not that they lost honor, because they deserve better than that. And with a closed mind and closed system, and again, staff moving on citizens, I'm okay with, I'll take my hits, because because I hit back. I'm not the corner. But when you move on my citizens and you staff, oh, that becomes an issue. That becomes an issue, because then now you get into the place of you thinking you're a god and goddesses, and that we're civil servants that are here forever, and that we're protected some kind of way. And it goes back to what we heard earlier. But Madam Chair is making the change. We had a great meeting this morning dealing with our housing, and one of our developers were there, our builders, and he gave us great compliment some of the work that we're doing. Mr. Leslie Chu, a longtime builder, highly respected, some of the moves that we did make regarding working together, changing the culture of the WSA to stir economic development. Now, it's interesting when, obviously, most of the builders that were small here were majority people. It is what it is, right? But we're willing to go to the mat, bipartisan with Mike Mulcair, go get $1.2 million to split with WSA to allow them to eat, because they felt they were locked out. But the minute it shifts to including for some citizens who've been here as long, it becomes like, oh, the system begins to shut down. Like, no, we're gonna break this swamp up, right? When I have to watch staff try to manipulate tabulations, it's like, okay, that ain't gonna play out like you think. Like when people, it was said to me, and I'll finish this point because you guys brought it up. This was related, which is that, well, people don't want to do business no more. Well, first, people didn't want to live here for some whatever reason, as if something was going to go wrong. No, it ain't that type party. We're just calling you out on all your behavior over the years. But more importantly, it's like some people say, well, we don't want to do business with Douglas no more because what? Because you don't have a monopoly no more? We're making the system be more honest? We're holding accountable that you just can't float your friends through? Oh, friends, stop. Oh, please, staff, stop. Right? Open records, please stop. Oh, y'all ain't seen nothing yet. Right? So this is the part where going into that 150, it truly becomes a transition. It truly becomes a swing from the old, 150-year run. Woo! That's a Boston. But it's shifting. And it's reasons with inclusiveness that everybody gets to eat. This is not about either or. So this suggestion that, well, who are they? What do you mean who they are? Well, go meet them. Go look them up. Right? That's the whole point. Get to know them. It's interesting, we're together, like we're sitting there and it's like, right, they're neighbors. These are your neighbors. Like, these are your neighbors that you treat like they're from a foreign country. They pay taxes too. And what we're doing here is making sure voices are acknowledged. So, again, I made a motion, but I know y'all made me pause. But Madam Chair, I don't know what that means, because I did do what you asked.
Well, I was just going to follow up with any discussion, but I'll go back to the motion. But before I call a motion, I want to say this. Again, Jennifer, on the 30,000 that we discussed earlier, I'm going to ask this Board of Commissioners, the three that we are allocating that 30,000 for, if they could work with me. This is an extremely tight budget. I know 50 is something that we just mentioned. If we could, we just made it, we appealed to the citizens saying that our budget is tight. We just removed the SROs out of there. We understand we've made some room, but of course, if we could just work this year and then perhaps next year entertain 50,000. Previous administrations did absolutely nothing. Commissioner Carthen is right. I said I don't want to dictate offices, but at this point, the 30, that's what we have discussed. I'm hoping that 30,000, if you all would just work with me on this moment, but the 30,000, and then perhaps our budget will be healthier next year, and then we can entertain 50,000. I think I've been very lenient and agreeable to everything, but I'm asking you all to work with me.
I'll speak to that, Madam Chair. And I think the goal here, again, it's funny how you look at staff that stuffs about $5 million worth of stuff in here. Like, we swung from a no BIRs to all of a sudden a 15-point swing. Thank you, Mr. Pierce. And it's one of those, like, our voice matters now. You're talking about a $101 million budget, give or take. And we're saying that, okay, for our district, we only said, what, $50,000? Like, now, we're looking at everybody else that needs what they need, but the voice, and so you don't negotiate against yourself as if, like, no. You want $100 million, all we're really saying is that, okay, we're trying to advocate for our citizens, but you got the whole systems at $100 million. And yet we're going to sit here, but our power is that without our vote, there is no 100 million. It's a do-over. It's like, no, 50,000 what it started, yeah, it got to go. I mean, I let that process go, but it's like, no, because we're like, we got this. We got you. We got support for what you're doing. We're like, we get it. But to say that all of a sudden, like, no, we're shaping like, well, my voice mattered though. See, this is what the citizens are like, no, but as small as it is, never negotiate against your interests. Like, but it mattered. That 50,000 mattered. Now it's got to go through the process, so it can go down and up, down and up. And if you've done this enough, you know that you got right to the very end till you press that button. But this shouldn't be about us. It's not about us against each other. That's the flaw of this moment right now. That was the flaw of this moment. Face that way. Like the flaw of the moment is like, no, we're working together here. We're just weighing in. That's the whole point. The district commissioners weren't really involved. That's okay. But we are weighing in now. It's our job to set the budget. Our collective. We set the budget. That's the only thing we're here for. The rest of it is just that we come in and check every now and then, make sure y'all do what you do. But please, let's not make us feel like we did something wrong over 50,000, that we got to feel like we go negotiate 50,000 out of $100 million, and we're trying to, like, come on, don't put that argument there. I think, like, don't. This is when you should have just pivoted through that. You should have just pivoted through. You were given room. Just like, really? But I say that to say, that's my opinion. But I'll yield to my peers if y'all decide that y'all want to weigh in and y'all want to go. I'm at 50. Y'all want to weigh in, I'm open to anybody, 40. I'm not going to 30. But that's it. I yield.
Commissioner Carpenter.
So I'm always transparent, always open. You ask me, I'm gonna tell you. I did ask for 50,000 because I thought about what could I do. And so yesterday I leaned over to my county administrator and I asked him if he could work for me for $15 an hour afterwards, and he said, So I always try to be very realistic, very upfront, very transparent. But yet, when I was called and asked by you, Madam Chair, if I could lower it and I could work with you, I'm always a team player. I will always work to make sure that we have what we need. But do I think we need 50? Yeah, I do. But again, I'm just one person, one vote. So with that, I yield.
Okay. Okay. Jennifer, if you could come check my system. Any other comment, y'all? We really need to move on. It's 9 o'clock.
So, Madam Chair, we really need to confirm, I mean, we've been all over the place. So here's what in my mind, what I think we have down right now is the current budget. So instead of 3 part-time interns at 30,000 each, that would be 3 part-time interns / marketing / aides, same line item at 50,000 each.
Check.
I want to take those out separately and vote, please. I want to take that off and we'll vote separately, and then you're going to win anyway.
Okay.
But take it out.
So one more
Okay.
question.
Yes.
So the 25,000 to empower Douglas.
Take that out too, please.
For tourism?
Take that out. And we'll just vote separately as well. We can do that. That's easy. You ready? Because I'm ready to go.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Board of Commissioners, I'll start with those 2 items that we pulled out separately, and certainly we can vote, and that gives you the autonomy to decide what you want. Certainly 30,000 is what I thought was applicable. That was what was presented. I didn't set a price. It was 30,000. Initially, I know Commissioner Carthen's was a little higher. You did. Yours was higher. And we pulled it out because we said we could cover your training that you wanted. I believe it was the NACO and all those trainings, so we already have that covered for you. That was the reason why I believe it shrunk to 30. This will be considered a new business item. Clerk, would it be a new business item? Okay. Can you state it as
Yes, ma'am, it'll be a new business item.
Okay.
30,000, I mean, 50,000.
Okay.
Which
We
one
have
you want
two,
us to put
we
in?
have two.
We're voting on the budget, or we're voting on the?
No, with the business items first. Because I hadn't called a motion for the budget.
Well, you did call a motion for the budget. You called it already.
Okay, I
No
did,
one-
okay.
Yes.
Okay, and I'll just say excluding those two, so we can go in and vote for those separately. So it was called the Douglas, what was it called?
Empower Douglas.
Power Douglas. And what was the amount? 25,
25,000.
out of what account? Out of contingency. Okay. And it was 50,000 for the legislative aids. Okay. Okay, Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to
That's changed.
adopt the 2020 budget excluding the?
Madam Chair, just
Yes.
a point of order. If you adopt the budget and then you add those, you would be amending the budget. You probably want to take those two items up first if they're not part of the overall budget motion.
Well, she's excluding them. That's what
Right, I'm saying take the two excluded items and vote on those first,
Okay.
and then vote on the 2020.
Okay, okay. All right,
You want to rescind the
yeah.
motion?
Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to rescind my initial motion?
Yes, and second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand that I rescinded the motion. Board of Commissioners, are we okay now, Ken? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to adopt $50,000 for the, in the amount of $50,000 for our legislative aids for our District 1, 2, and 3 commissioners
And
in the 2020 budget? When you say 20? Yeah, in the 2020 budget, yes.
So moved.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Commissioner Mitchell, I believe I heard you whispering. Was it something off?
Oh, no.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please prepare to cast, well,
Raise your hand.
please indicate by raising your right hand if you. We have a 3-2, which is, the motion carries. Okay? Then next is Power Douglas.
Empower.
Empower Douglas. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to allocate funding of $25,000 for Empower Douglas out of the contingency for the 2020 budget?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? We have a motion and a second. Please indicate by raising your right hand if you're in favor. Okay, we have 3, and if you're not, all opposed? 2, we have a 3-2 vote. Motion carries on both of them.
So Madam Chair, based on those votes, just want to make sure the clerk's got this right and make sure that Jennifer Hallman and Sabrina agree. So what has been presented, except for we've moved $25,000 from contingency for marketing through Empower Douglas. We have allocated $50,000 to 3 commissioners by districts that's been, that will be adjustment to what's been presented. And you've already voted to subtract out item 6, the 17 school resource officers from this budget. So that funding will be moved, I assume, into contingency or wherever. Is that what y'all have, Sabrina and
Well,
Jennifer?
Then the original,
it wouldn't go, I'm sorry, Mark.
go ahead.
It wouldn't go to the contingency. They just said let it go to the
It
bottom
just goes
line.
in the bottom line, okay.
Sorry, Mark.
That's what we understand, if there's a motion to approve the 2020 as discussed, Madam Chair.
That's fine. Okay.
So also, Madam Chair, Jennifer, correct me if I'm wrong, but the original 90,000 for the 3 districts would go to 0 because we just approved 150 in lieu of the 90.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
And that 40 that we approve will go to 0 as well. The 40 that we approve, which was a 10,000 each, they already got 50, so we're good.
Do it.
What?
Do I need to repeat myself?
Absolutely.
The 40,000 that I allocated were $10,000 each. It started off with 10,000. That was Commissioner Carthen's first request. She said, well, I'll take 10,000. I said, okay, we'll allocate 40,000.
The constituent services?
Well, for constituent services, but I don't think it was specifically for constituents. Was it for constituent services? Was it, what was it for?
So I didn't, since you're asking me, I didn't know you all had a separate line item for my training. So constituent services and the allocation for the aids and all of that. So 10 was for that, and then the other 50 was what I asked for in the second go-round. So, yeah, I didn't know I didn't understand until Jennifer brought me to the side and showed me the buckets of where you guys pull that out of. So, yeah.
So
And that was at the budget retreat when I stayed behind and she showed me where it's coming out of. So, but I apologize if I confused you, but I'm new and I'm learning, but I got it. Yeah.
So you got what? I don't understand. You saying you want the 10,000 or you don't want it? What are you? I'm lost.
Okay, if you take the 10,000, you're taking it from all four of these. I didn't even know you had 10,000 in there. I'm going to be real honest with you. So that's why I'm a little lost as to what you're doing.
Oh, okay. That's fine. When we first.
So the sheet that you have up here, if you'll go to the second block on the front page, the second block, you'll see the third one down. Third one from the bottom. BOC District Commissioners Constituent Services.
Right.
40,000. It was 10,000 for each district. Are we saying that's staying in or coming out?
Coming out.
It's coming out. It's coming out.
What was it for, though?
But what would, yeah.
Initially, when we talked, it was $10,000 so you could have some support in your offices. And then it increased to 30,000. So I said, okay. And now it's 50,000, so I don't need that in there. So that's what I'm saying, it was mounting, so that 40,000 can be removed. Because it was for all four.
I understand.
If we started off with 10,000 for each one, then we moved to 30, now we're at 50. So I think it's a fair deal. Okay.
May I respond? Because, so you got to pay attention to what was just said. Like, no. I'm like, wait a minute, because it was all four of us. I can't speak for all four of us, but it's like, okay, you can tell all four of us that something that was taken out that was for marketing. So what does that mean? No ACCG, no training. What did you?
No,
let me just ask my question. Don't. Like, let me speak. It's. I want to make sure I get the right to ask what just happened.
Yes.
Right, because it was all four of us. So if it's all four of us, I'm really paying attention. Because unless all four of us agree, then how did that happen? That it got dictated out? If all four of us were involved, that's what I'm saying. Okay, if y'all okay, I'm okay, but I just want to know what just happened. What was the marketing? What was that? Now, y'all playing with something like, I've always been clear on the legislature, so I'm letting this little side narrative, like, guys, stop, in my mind. Because I've always been clear about it. I've let it go through the process because I had to respect it, go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But it's very clear. I already knew what the bogey was. I knew what it cost. I knew all that. Right? So I'm not negotiating against myself like, okay, I'm still back to 50. Right? This 10,000 was something like, okay, well, whatever y'all thought y'all were looking for, marketing, all four of us, that was fine. What I get, y'all can choose to throw it in. I'm just saying, okay, what are y'all throwing in? I'm good. It's more of that, right? So what I get, you get. If you get something, if you guys are throwing something in, I want to hear what that is. I'm fine, but what just happened? And it was the sentiment. It was just like, oh God, wait a minute, guys, what just happened? Did you lose your marketing? Did you lose something that was that because you've been recalibrating the budget for the district, did you slip the interns in there or ACG in there or something or NACO in there or something in there? And it's, unless you can give me an account for it, I'm like, okay, what just happened? That's all I tried to do. And I wanted to just get that clarity. And so what was that? And as a follow-on, where is that money that normally goes to our normal training? I'll leave it at that. Jennifer, can you?
Yes, it's my understanding that y'all have a training line item within the Board of Commissioners budget that's for all training. It's not separated out by district.
Okay.
So that answers the training. As far as the
How
constituent.
much is that amount?
It's same as last year, it hadn't changed.
That's okay, but what's that amount?
We can look that up. I'll have Sabrina
when you
look
get
that
to a
up.
minute. Yeah, that's
Sure.
fine. Keep going, keep going.
And then when we went, what was presented at the budget retreat for constituent services was $10,000. And then it increased to $40,000, which would have been, started off being $2,500. Then it was $10,000 per district. And it was labeled constituent services. And I believe that is the one, Madam Chair, is saying now that the $50,000 has been approved for the legislative aid, intern, marketing, $50,000, then the $10,000 per district commissioner can now be removed. Am I correct, Madam Chair?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because we initially started off with just 10,000, now it's at 50,000. So I said, okay, that's fine. So that's, and the purpose of that was, again, like you said, for the NACO, and we realized that we had that, is it 190 or 110, Mark? Is it
110.
That's
For all the
110.
training. So all that's covered. That's
Okay,
what
that's what we're asking. So I'm good. I mean,
Okay.
if they-
He's
y'all
good.
40,000 training budget.
Guys?
Sabrina
Okay,
just,
yeah. No. Okay, you gotta go, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Commissioner
So-
Robinson, did you hear?
Okay.
40,000 for the training
Yeah.
budget.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer.
Yep. Keep
Okay, Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to adopt the 2020 budget?
The 2020, point of order, real quick. The 2020 budget, we have contracts and everything that's coming later in this,
Yeah, it is, it's names.
right? So this budget, should we do the budget? I don't, what are we saying? If I do the contracts after the budget, sort of what Ken just said, should it be before the budget? I'm just asking. And I'll second the motion. I wasn't trying to rattle it. I just want to know, all right, so now we're going to go later in, can somebody answer that? Jennifer, can, you know what I'm saying?
Ken?
Yeah, Commissioner, I think the order is you can't approve the contracts until you've approved a budget. That's why the contracts come after the budget.
But the contracts are in the budget. So when do you talk about the contracts?
They're next.
Well, yeah, the line item is in the budget. I assume
So
if
the-
a contract's not approved, that money would just move into the general fund. Is that how it works, Jennifer?
Yeah, it would just stay within the
Stay within-
departments in which they have contracts. The funding would just be there with no contracts tied to them.
All right, you get your second, Madam Chair.
Okay, we have a motion
Give me a second.
and a second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? We have a motion and a second. Please prepare to cast your votes.
Madam Chair, I wasn't clear on who made the actual motion.
Yeah, I said second.
He said second. I said I'd like
Commissioner Robinson said second.
Is this to approve the budget?
To approve the budget.
Who made the motion?
Who made the motion?
Let me say it again, guys, and then we can go from there. Let me start over. Do we have a motion to approve the resolution to adopt the 2020 budget? So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? We have a motion and a second. Please prepare to cast your votes.
Is it a hand or
Just do it
electronic
by
or hand?
Hand vote because
Okay.
of the change.
Okay, because of the change. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please indicate by raising your right hand if you approve this budget. We have a 3-2 vote, and the motion carries. Okay, next we have tab number 8, authorization for the chairman to execute a 2020 employment agreement for contract employees. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to authorize the chairman to execute the 2020 employment agreements for contract employees?
Can we ask before we get, ma'am, point of order?
Yes.
All right, so I just need some clarity, and really, I did not see it today, but there were some emails that were going around on clarity. Commissioner Carthen, did you get your questions in? Just really for her, because she came in looking for some information and the doors were locked. So this is going to get into a little procedural issue. But Commissioner Carthen, did you get your questions answered?
I did.
then I yield back that.
Okay.
Madam Chair, on
Again,
this
I
one.
will restate it. Board of Commissioners, do we have authorization for the chairman to execute 2020 employment agreements for contract employees?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair. And I promise you, I won't be long. But here's what I'll just add. And I've had a conversation with my colleagues about moving forward with these contracts, and I'll just kind of wrap them all into one. That we somehow form some form of an ad hoc committee of some sort, and I don't know, maybe I don't have the correct name for it, but to at least take a dive into all contracts for future, for how it looks in the future and how this administration want to see and move forward with all contracts. So if I would ask, Madam Chair, if you would, spearhead or move in that direction with that type of ad hoc committee, just so we can dive into all the contracts, because I think there's a lot of questions being asked about the contracts, and that's just blanketly calling them all contracts, and because we're going to, the next line item will speak to all of the contracts. So with that being said, I would just ask that we at least take a dive into, with some form of a committee of some sort, and if I had to ask someone to spearhead that, that would be my colleague, Commissioner Carthen, to spearhead that, but that'll be kind of on you, Madam Chair, but I'll yield at that point.
Okay. Any other discussion? Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Mitchell. Vice Chairman,
I was waiting.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, all right, so I'll be quick with it. Again, employee contracts, at Commissioner Carson, you can always do, Robert's Rules of Order allows you to do what's called a committee of one. Any one of us can go look at anything at any time. No more than when I had, when we had issues back with the old DA back in the day, I didn't need any approval to, as a sitting commissioner, to form a committee to go study and look at anything. So if it's just by yourself and you got curiosity, you want to take this up, great. But if there's going to be a group of us, then Madam Chair would empower us. That was just less education for the moment. All right, keep moving. So as it relates to these contracts, study that. I got a question. I get comments about why, again, perhaps some of our contract employees don't live in the county. All right, we get a lot of pressure from like, okay, there's this, I live here, I own this, I do this, hour. And there's a narrative that is questioned, right? So we need to look at that. I know for the county administrator, the prior administration made a move to allow him to live outside the county. But we get comments where people says, well, why aren't this person living in the county? I mean, to that point, where's the real commitment? 445, everybody rolling out of here, man. I mean, you talking about a herd. Everybody rolls out of here, right? So back to I need the citizens to hear this. Like, no, we heard you. We hear you. Right, you can't be isolated. 1,000 people can't be isolated from 100,000 adults. Right? Right? It's at this moment like, okay. Right? Like that's when it's like, there needs to be more sensitivity, a little bit more respect, a little bit like honor in the exchange, right? It's always cause and effect, right? Sometimes I see, and I'll be very candid out of the directorship, which is where a lot of the power does lie, because again, some of them have what I call some discretionary power in the code and set at the state, but all of y'all are still at the pleasure of the full board. And so when I see independent moves in the fiefdoms of old, and I'm like, oh, come on, guys. Y'all really don't want to play that out. But you're comfortable. You're complacent. It's what it is, but it becomes like, oh, come on, guys. And it should just be a shift for a new day that you would want to do better. It's not that it's like, well, my density ain't going to move. But it's like, come on, guys. We expect more out of you, right? The public expects more. So that's my job, not to be your friend. This is business. My job is to check and balance and see, are you doing what's expected? right? Or do we have our own separate motives and agendas? And I don't need sight to have insight, to have great discernment about what I'm looking at, right? So it's like, but we good. We're good. But it's like, right? So this is the part where it just needs to be a better diplomacy, I would expect. Now, maybe I'm the one that has to say that, but I expect, out of 11 years watching this, no, y'all can do better than this. Right? But I do think there needs to be a little bit more uniformity. I mean, I get it that, like I said, we're arguing over $200 and all this. Like, yeah, but they can walk in executive session and they spotting each other and friends helping friends for 25. They leave Madam Chair hanging. She's got to advocate for herself. And I'm like, look at this behavior. Now you're dealing with me. Some of the behavior I've seen you directors do toward this administration is like, wrong on so many levels. Just running them up. I'm like, really, guys? What happened to the honor that you once had? The pride you once had? But yet you're coming there like, oh, we want to give. Now, your lower peers, you're like, oh, we can't find them $15 an hour. It's like, oh, but you spotting this top directors, what, 25 at a pop, and y'all arguing over $200? Give me a break. Like, really? Really? No, see, this is when, like, no, been doing this too long. Like, this is when, like, no, you hear me. Do what's right. Just do what's right. Don't have the false humility. If you really, that we believe in God, and we like, okay, well, act like it. Show that there's a real soul, a real spirit. There's real honor there. And I get separation of church and state, but no, pound for pound, you want to talk about spirituality. I'm like, Well, look, show it. Show the dignity, the pride. Show me, like, I'll give you 1 year. I'll give you 1 year. Show me that going to this 150, that there is a common, a unified, that you care. Yeah, you say that. I heard my PLE like, well, you know, I wasn't giving nobody no black eye. I just know there's a higher level of performance. And it's yet to be challenged. It's gotten complacent. It's like everybody just riding. It has its power. Like, no, y'all can do better than that. But I'm counting on you doing so. That's to the leadership that's within this county. Like, that's you guys who report to Madam Chair. Y'all got to do better. That's all I got to say. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Commissioner Dowd. Go on.
I don't know how that oracle ended, but it started out with about the county manager not living in the county. It's just like I have a lot of constituents that how can anybody sit on this board that doesn't pay taxes? But I believe legal that we have found out that we cannot require somebody to live in a certain place. Is that not correct? That's been brought up in the past.
I believe there's a Supreme Court case, it's still good law, that says you can't condition of employment based on when somebody lives.
Okay. And if that was the case, just about every one of our department heads have to be gone. So I don't know why you even opened up this keg of worms. So with that, I yield back.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Point of
I
order.
think we need to take a vote.
What's still point of order? Point of order.
2 minutes.
Yeah, 2 minutes. All right. Rebuttals. You always allow rebuttal. No, I mean, you know, come on. Like, if you're referring to me not paying tax, I don't have to. I've owned houses and sold them. At this age, I got options. I don't have to. And by the way, anybody of you, I don't rent from anybody. I live in an apartment. It's where I'm at right now. I need a ranch. But see, she's making this personal, but okay, that's somewhat incompetent. I don't have to. For all citizens, don't feel bad. You pay property taxes to the person that owns the building. If you live in a house and you're renting, And if you're not paying that note in that escrow, then fully on that person that's renting and releasing that to you. But for the most part, you are paying it. It's an insult. But for the guys, for all my apartment dwellers, y'all paying. You guys are paying. Now, I'm at an age where I don't have to. I've got options. I can live here, I can live there, I can do this. But right now, yes, because of where I'm at right now, I don't need to be sliding down those steps and having, no, so I had to get somewhere where we talk about the fake safety of the kids. No, I'm safety myself. I don't need no 3 levels no more. I've aged beyond that. Been there, done that. So this ain't about question of integrity of, like, please, you got to grow better than that. That's what I'm saying. That's an old narrative. I look forward to 2020. If that's what you're going to say, I look forward to that. Because that's the point about those people who are different. That there's an ideal that they get to try to frame or label what you should do and what you should be or how you should act or what you should do. It's like, no, it ain't going to go down like that. It's not going to go down. My point of bringing up this whole notion of just, but that was what the point was. The point was uniformity of contracts, right? There were some conditions. They're live in the county, not in the county. We changed the ordinance. If it wasn't allowed, then why did we change the ordinance to begin with? So you have the right as legislators to ask legislative questions. Do better than that. My logic is way stronger than, like, you're playing this logic game, like, okay, don't, like, go now. Now, that's more than 2 minutes. I yield.
Okay, thank you so much. We have a motion and a second, I believe, on the floor. Please prepare to cast your votes. Can we vote electronically? Lisa, thank you. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries. Commissioners, before I go any further, I mean, we are going out with our last meeting with a bang, and I am totally amazed and appalled at our behavior as commissioners. We are professionals, and I expect us to conduct business in this county as such. We may not agree on everything, but we need to make sure we manage our emotions tonight. I'm becoming concerned, particularly as the leader of this county. We can do better, and we need to do better. History is gone now, and we move into phase 3, phase 2. Now it's time for me to cast a vision, and I'm going to cast that vision, but I can't cast it with all the noise in the background. We're going to leave the old behind. My niece, who's only, great niece actually, 2 years old, she said, let it go. And that's part of Frozen 2, I believe. So let's let some of this baggage leave. I don't know. Again, it's very difficult for me to certainly have been in a military environment my lifetime and to be subjected to so much animosity and so much division makes me uncomfortable. So we can do better. I'm going to move on to tab number 9. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to authorize for the chairman to execute annual agreements, execute 2020 annual agreements with the Chamber of Commerce, Cultural Arts Center, the Share House, Douglas County Shelter Incorporation, the county attorney, the Board of Assessors attorney, employee car allowances, juvenile contract attorney for dependency Bishop Law Group, juvenile contract attorney for dependency Marcia O'Brien, juvenile contract attorney for dependency Johnson Law Firm, juvenile contract attorney for dependency Amber Walden, juvenile contract attorney for dependency Lisa Johnson, juvenile contract attorney for dependency SR Law Group, juvenile contract attorney for dependencies Tim McMillan, Stanco and Associates, Justice Consultants, LLC, Tourism and History Commission, and Economic Development Authority, MOU. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to approve these contracts?
So moved.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Yes. Vice Chairman Robinson.
Yes, I'd like to pull off the last one, tourism and economic development at the bottom. Take them out for a separate vote. And I want to get clarity, somebody come down here and tell me what's in that bucket. Somebody, County Administrator, can you give us clarity on tourism and economic development, or, excuse me, Development Authority? What are those contracts?
So the Tourism and History Commission is, I'll have to pull that. It's the old courthouse, that's the museum.
That's the museum.
So the Economic Development Authority MOU is the MOU with the Development Authority for the TCT funds for tourism
Okay.
for 2020. Not the 2015 through 2018, but the 2020.
For 2020, all right.
Yes, sir.
Very good. All right, so what is that amount?
That is, hold on, we're looking.
326, 315.
326,315. Is that right? Yes, sir. $326,315.
All right, so the museum, let that one go. This second one, take that one out for a separate vote, please. From the other contracts.
Economic development, which one are you talking about?
Did you hear that?
Yeah, but we're not sure which one.
All right, so, the very one with TCT, MOU, Development Authority.
Okay. Gotcha.
And that is the amount that was just quoted. Is that accurate? Madam Carthen, was that the number you quoted? That he quoted?
Yes.
326.
Yeah, I just want to make sure everybody was saying the same. I didn't hear different numbers. All right. Now, the order, as a point of order, I'm okay, County Attorney, which way we should vote for this one separately or the group first or the second one pulled out. Were we already in motion? I think we're already in motion.
I think there's a motion. I don't know if there's a second. Was there already a second?
Yes.
Yep, we got a second, so.
We can proceed either by amendment or easier will be to withdraw the motion in a second and ask for a motion to pull that item out and then vote on the other separately, but I'll defer to y'all because you have
Can you
multiple options.
just vote on it within, though? Back to the conditional within.
If the motion and the person seconding will accept that the approval is everything but the one that you've taken out, that would be
Yes.
okay.
So whoever made the motion.
Who made the motion, Lisa?
Right.
Commissioner Guider and Chairman Jones seconded.
Commissioner Guider and Chairman Jones, if y'all would agree that your motion would exclude
Just need to amend
the last Economic Development
Authority, MOU.
Yes.
amend
Am I correct?
those two items.
Yes. Are y'all okay with that? Whoever made the motion and the
No.
second?
I withdraw my motion.
Okay, that's easier. Is the second withdrawn, Madam Chair? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yes.
So now you have a plain
Right.
sheet and you could do whatever you would like at this time.
And it was just primarily the Economic Development Authority, MOU, is that the one we're looking, it's the only one, because the other is related to the old courthouse museum. And I'll go with that one first. Board of Commission,
Did y'all get it? Ken?
yeah, I'm going to go with the Economic Development Authority, MOU, first. I'll call a motion for that. We ready, Board of Commissioners? Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to authorize the chairman to execute a 2020 annual agreement for the Tourism and History, for the Economic Development Authority, MOU, for the amount of $326,315?
Is that with the tourism?
Yes. No, it's just
Wait.
Economic Development,
Development,
MOU. That's the one we're interested in. That's the one that's separate.
Can we just be, can I make a point of order, Madam Chair?
Yes.
When you're reading the list, Tourism and History Commission is the old courthouse Inc., as I understand. Is that correct, Mark? So all that Commissioner Robinson has asked after clarity to pull out was the Economic Development Authority, MOU, for 2020.
And
Is
that's
that
the one-
correct?
Yeah, and that's the one I read.
Within that, that is tourism TCT, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. When we call the motion again, Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to approve authorization for the chairman to execute a 2020 annual agreement for the Economic Development Authority MOU TCT in the amount of $326,315.
So moved.
Second. Okay, Board of Commissioners. Commissioner Mitchell is, I'm waiting on him. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this particular topic? I mean, any discussion?
Yeah, just
Okay.
clarity.
Okay.
Okay. We're only pulling out, and we're only voting on the Economic Development
Authority
MOU.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only, okay, got it. And I just want to add also, I know this is kind of another sidebar, that to my colleagues, Vice Chair and Commissioner Ann Jones-Guider, I don't think there was no out of order or anything that they said outside of expressing themselves as to what they believe in and what their thoughts are as whom they represent. So far as being out of order and, being disrespectful, that part I can't agree with it, because if that's the case, I was disrespectful earlier on my comments. So I just want to say to my colleagues, job well done, advocating for what you believe in and what your thoughts are. Whether I agree with it, whole different ballgame, but out of order, I totally disagree with. But on that note, I'll yield.
So we got a motion and a
Yeah,
second.
we have
Are
a
you in
motion and a
discussion?
second. And I have a comment as well. I spoke on, to just say, and to protect and magnify our professionalism as Board of Commissioners. Certainly, you certainly have freedom of speech, and you can
Correct.
say whatever you feel is possible. But as the chairman of this board, we are rambling, we're taking too long, and we're repetitive. It is almost 10 o'clock, and I know we could be here till 1 o'clock, but I am saying this meeting today is just far too long, and I know you all will agree with me. So I'm just saying, a lot of things are to me today. We're repeating, we're talking about history. Those days are gone. We are moving this county forward. And I wasn't speaking to anyone specifically. I was just talking about the atmosphere and the environment of the room today. That's it. No pun intended for any commissioner. Just wanted to just say, I wanted to appeal to the citizens, because I know we can do better.
Point of order.
Mm-hmm.
Just to your comment, not that I don't disagree that it's been long, but welcome to the legislative session. Welcome to how politics and/or legislation works. I yield.
I'm very welcome and very comfortable being involved in legislation. I was born to do this, and I want to make that very clear to you. Okay. With that being said, we have a motion and a second in place, and please prepare to cast your votes. Are we going?
No.
Why do we have?
Yeah, you're
Please.
still in the Economic Development
Yes.
Authority MOU for 2020.
Please prepare to cast your votes, please, with your hands. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 2-3 vote. The motion fails. So, okay, we'll go to the next item. All right, we'll move on to the next item. What I'll do is just rehash what I just mentioned earlier, but it's a laundry list of things here. The authorization for the chairman to execute 2020 annual agreement with the Chamber of Commerce, the Cultural Arts Center, Share House, Douglas County Shelter Incorporation, County Attorney, Board of Assessors Attorney, Employee Car Allowances, Juvenile Contract Attorney for the Dependency Bishop Law Group, Juvenile Contract Attorney for Dependency Marcia O'Brien, Juvenile Contract Attorney for Dependency Johnson Law Firm, Juvenile Contract Attorney for Dependency Amber Walden, Juvenile Contract Attorney for Dependency Lisa Johnson, Juvenile Contract Attorney for Dependency SR Law Group, Juvenile Contract Attorney for Dependency Tim McMillan, Stanco and Associates Justice Consultants LLC, and Tourism and History Commission. Do we have a motion to approve? Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do we have a second? We have a motion, second. We have a motion and a second. Please prepare to cast your votes.
It'll be by hand, Madam Chair.
Oh, okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand.
No comments, Madam Chair?
Any discussion, I'm sorry. Any discussion before we, Vice Chairman Robinson?
Yeah, and I do appreciate it. This is a process, again, if you wear a certified pin for the commissioners, the very beginning of the book, the number one priority we have is to set the budget. Congress has to take time, overtime, multiple days, overnight. This is what we're here for. Our primary function is to set the budget. I appreciate the citizens like, did I know what I signed up for? I sure did. Sacrificial. If I had to be here at 1 o'clock, we've been here longer in my 11 years, and it's what we're here for. And it's to work through it, and it's the worst thing you can do with a legislature is try to shotgun. And paying attention to what's happening up in Washington, you get people cry foul. Same thing with that redistricting map. So it's the behavior of how you handle the legislative process is sort of if you don't include us, then you get after the fact. You include us, the brilliance of your committee structure is that's how you do it. You get our buy-in ahead of time. You shotgun a budget and it's the major thing we got to do. Not going to negotiate against ourselves over small stuff like, but I'm not going to belabor that. But I mean, when you said tone and tone, for me, I'm very impassioned. Now, some people are quiet and I'm not. I don't, and I've always, as Commissioner Mulcahy said, well, no, he just impassioned articulation. I just believe in what I believe, but also respect everybody. And I'm always like, well, let them be, as is. And I'm good. We can coexist. But there will not be a marginalization. That's what you hear is okay now. Right, because you didn't live through it. You didn't. You didn't live through it. And to speak it away as if our history does not matter is somebody who's plagiarizing reality. Right? This was real. Now, if there wants to be a true healing, do that. Do not marginalize or invalidate someone's experience that we have fought for 11 years, which you conveniently stand upon now. I am with you 100%. But I worked too hard and too long to be at this place. I love this county too much. I love my commission. But I will not ever accept that type of treatment from somebody I have so much respect for. Now, everybody know I'm good, I'm cool. Till you hit that line like, hold on now. Now I'm good. Like, we gotta, let us work our process. Quit handling us. Work the process. That's what I keep saying, look out there, look out there. Quit telling you got what, about 70 years of experience sitting up here. Maybe 100. We know what we're doing. We know what we're doing. So it's one of those play through. But I again, it's no, the process, we'll get through it. What I said was, get through the day, play through, and swing through. But to try to shotgun us no, this is yes ma'am, this is what I signed up for. To fight for what I believe, to that point, to advocate. But the top of my lung, like Madison and Jefferson, all them, no, they went after it. What about no convenience? This is sacrificial. You're right. I'm not getting paid 6 figures. Right. I could be making 8 figures, to be very honest. I can't do both because they can't coexist. High finance and politics. Just don't love one, hate the other. So I know I'm totally sacrificial. Right. He don't pay. I'm totally sacrificial. Yeah. Right. I'm here for the right reasons. Right. Right? So when you get to that place when you get right here, no, don't do that. Because you'll see a whole other side of me come out. No, don't do that. I love this too much. I love what I do. I care. I want to get it right. So if I had to be here, I'm the one that takes your phone call 1, 2 o'clock at night. We're staying up I'm the one that's up at 6 o'clock at night. I'm the one that's keeping all my fellow commissioners up to speed. So to sit here and say, like, no, you're going to give me my minute, uncompromised, so my citizens can see that I actually work for them. No, you're not going to dismiss my $200 like I can just give it to you. You can't buy that off. I work too hard. This is real for me. I love this county. Everything is about it and everybody in it. I'm okay with its richness and diversity. Like, I'm good. Just don't dim me my voice. Just don't move on me. Just don't occupy me. But other than that, like, no, we all good. I'm staying in my territory. But this is too important, right? You are in a transition. So, right, I look forward to that leadership, that pivot to the future. I think that's what they said, the rocks are crying out. They're waiting. They're waiting. I yield.
Okay, Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Do we have a motion to approve?
We have a motion and a second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Yes, point of order.
Okay.
Okay. Wow. I'm just looking at this time, but to my colleagues, continue advocating for what you believe and what that is. This is the part of the process. Just understand that. However, I just want to make for clarity. Oh, no, not for clarity. I want to add, are we or should we, or not should we? I advocated this earlier about the contracts, that we take someone like my colleague here and look at potentially making a committee of some sort, and or I don't think it should be just independent, because I don't want to add that much more work on her without having someone with her trying to pull this off. But I just think we need to take a deeper dive into all the contracts and take a real serious look at the contracts to assure not that we're right or wrong, but we're all on the same page as to what the contracts entail and what they all are. So just want to make sure I continue to advocate that side of the legislative side of it, to say do that. And we won't do it at this meeting, but we definitely need to kind of kick off 2020 with that type of a makeup to make sure that we take a deeper dive into our contracts, because it's not like it used to be, and it's not, this board is a little bit more, I don't want to call it progressive, but we want to know and we want to advocate for what we believe in. And the only way you're going to do that is to have the time to dig in there and figure out what things are and what they're not. So just please, let's look at that down the road, and hopefully I got my colleagues on board to pull off one of these type of committees or ad hoc committees or whatever that is to do this. So outside of that, I'll yield. And again, back to that main point, continue what you guys are doing. I think it's only healthy that we have these debates. I know they could be continued to be long. I don't like them to be long, but I like the discussion, because you just never know what come out of them.
I understand.
I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. I'll make that decision who leads this committee. Commissioner Carthen's plate is full. I may lead it. So with that being said, we have a motion and second on the floor. Yes.
Point of order. So, thank you, Chairman Jones. I am interested in the contracts simply because they're annual contract vendors, and for some reason, we keep doing business as usual, as if it's not a new BOC. And so if we've never taken a look at these contracts, we should do so, because we're signing off on them and we're saying, go forward. So there should be some uniformity in the contracts. They're kind of a little all over the place. There are different severance packages. There are different termination dates. Some are you don't have to have any notice for us to just suspend your services. Some say it'll take us a year and a half to suspend your services. So that just raised my eyebrows. There needs to be some uniformity. So
And I agree.
I totally believe it's up to your jurisdiction as to who you want to lead what. I would just say, for uniformity, just to be sure that we're in alignment now that it is a new day in Douglas County. We need to look at the contracts, and we do need to make sure that there's uniformity and that it's fair across the board.
Okay.
It's fair across the board. With that, I yield.
Okay. Board of Commissioners, we have a motion and a second regarding these contracts. Please raise a hand again. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand.
Say
To approve
To
the
approve,
contract
to approve the contracts. I just-
with the conditions that were just stated.
Yes. We got a 5-0 unanimous vote and the motion carries. All right, with that being said, we are on tab number 10. Before I go to 10, because I want to just kind of rehash something, because my fellow commissioners have given me the avenue or the opportunity to say we could be here all night, and that's what I do. I'm an all-night lady, so I can be up all night long. A woman who was married to a Marine 27 years, and nothing rattles me. So I want to make that clear to this board right now. But I'm excited about the $50,000 for our legislative aides that the Board of Commissioners will be bringing forth in their offices. But remember, to whom much is given, much is required. These are taxpayers' dollars, and I vowed upon taking office that I would be very accountable for their hard-earned dollars, and that's what I'm going to do. I just want to make it clear that our personnel office or our director will be involved with making sure that we have appropriate job descriptions written for these individuals who will be joining your offices. Performance evaluations will be required from our individual Board of Commissioners, the ones, if that's your legislative aide, those are the expectations. They need to have an evaluation. We need to make sure that, and benefits is not an option at this point. I would like for the Human Resources Director to work with, and you all to work together on your job descriptions. That's very important. Your time is required for whoever, when they come in, timesheets are required. They need to work through not Report Express, but through New World. That's because you have your own budgets, your own sub-accounts, your own cost centers, and that's important. These dollars need to be trackable. Commissioners, you are responsible for the oversight of these individuals, and I'm going to do the best I can to find some office space, or I'm not sure if you're anticipating these individuals to sit in your offices. Are they going to have landing pads? Are they going to work from home? I don't know yet, and maybe you can share that with me at a later time. We have, again, it's a little tight up there, but I'll do what I can in the office to see if we can make some additional space available. Legal counsel, I need a policy written, something to make sure that these dollars are generated and directed toward the personnel in human resources. We just said it can't be used on anything else. It's going to be used on their offices for this. And of course, these offices are subject to open records at any time, and we need to have open records, and you could be audited. And also, I just want to make sure that we have all our ducks in a row. So I did want to say that, but congratulations on your $50,000 for your offices. I am not a person who I don't like to stunt growth. You need some autonomy in your offices, but I just want to make it clear that we will have some structure as well. Now we're going to move on to tab number 10, is authorization to award a contract for consulting services for the comprehensive transportation plan update with a negotiated fee not to exceed $625,000, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to approve?
Yes, ma'am. I make a motion that we approve VHB as being the awardee based on the recommendation from the Transportation Committee, in which you had 4 top votes for VHB out of the total points.
Okay. Any other discussion? Commissioner Guida, do you have anything? You say you have a recommendation for V?
With the official name?
Are we in the discussion part?
We're not in, I just asked.
I think there was a motion. Is there a second?
Well, it was a motion, but Commissioner Robertson added the actual company, VHB, is the one that we're voting on now. So were there 2, or can you tell us a little bit about it? County Administrator, is he still here, or did he leave?
He's in the restaurant.
Oh, okay.
Madam Chair, if you have a motion.
Okay, we have a motion. Okay. We have a motion and a second.
Is there a second?
Was there a second? I didn't hear a second.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair. I would like to hear from our county commissioner, not county administrator. So I want to give him at least a half a minute to kind of come through to,
Yeah.
or I don't know if the Transportation Committee Chair would like to kind of speak.
In the meantime?
Transportation Director, if you could please come forward for us. The Board of Commissioners have some questions for you.
I forgot.
Yeah,
he was
he's
out
here.
there. Okay, all right, that's good. That's even better.
Oh, he's coming through that. Couldn't get in. Ken went out. Okay.
But yeah, you could speak to it. That I didn't think I was trying to buy him some time, but yeah, just kind of speak to. Is it BHB? Make sure I get I don't have it in front of me right
Yes, Commissioners. Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioner.
Good evening.
The two companies that have been recommended for consideration by the full board are VHB and Jacobs. Those are the top two contenders.
Mm-hmm. And just tell me a little about BHB. I'm just trying to wrap my head around it.
Well, we had a request for proposals that was advertised. This particular contract is being funded 80% with federal funds through the Atlanta Regional Commission and 20% local funds. And as a result of the advertising of the request for proposals, we received 4 responses. They were reviewed by an internal in-house committee, and the results of that have been provided to all the board members. After the technical analysis, there was a request for presentations from all of the respondents, all 4, before the Transportation Committee. After we heard the presentations, there was some discussion, and then we proceeded to try and identify the lead company, the one that we would move forward as a recommendation to the full board. There were 4 members of the committee present out of 5 that day, and it resulted in 2 votes recommending one company, Jacobs, and 2 votes recommending VHB. In the process, however, we identified our top choice and a second choice. So there were 2 votes for top choice for Jacobs, 2 for VHB. And then in the second choice, there were 2 second place votes for VHB and 1 for Jacobs and 1 for modern mobility, as I recall. So that's how the vote went. And because there was no clear resolution at committee, the decision was made to advance the top 2 candidates for consideration by the full board.
But we're advancing 1 based on the motion I just heard.
That was what Commissioner Robinson
Got it. That's okay. I'm just
wanted to identify as the one. Yes.
Got it. Okay. I got it. I can see it now. But thank you for your update. I remember hearing this at our work session. So, but thank you again for just reiterating that, though. Okay. So it is VHB, not BHB. But thank you again, and I'll yield.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Vice Chairman Robinson.
Yeah, this one was unique in that it was a very, very important, we're big on housing studies, transportation studies, economic development study. I've always been an advocate, which is let's go ahead and prepare for the future so when the funding comes. So I'm going to come back full circle why I support these type of things. When we were going through the recession, it's like, well, at that time, I solicited and advocated to the chair at that time, like, well, let's at least do study. We got enough money for a study. Well, not much to work with, but it's where we were. Let's at least prepare and plan for the future, right? And so, but we needed intelligence to be able to make decisions, whether it's general fund based or whether it's SPOS fund based. Whatever you're choosing to do by seeking funding, you obviously need intelligence. And so this was important. So I appreciate Director Valentin's efforts to he brought in two individuals from the ARC to serve as witnesses of this. This is a big project. It's important. The dollars may not be much, but it was, people were vying for this. Nothing to have, people love these type of contracts. Say, I've got, Cobb County, or I've got Gwinnett County, I've got Douglas County. I'm doing their comprehensive transportation plan, that's CTP, because that opens the door and validates additional funding. So this was important. So what was important to me was the process was above reproach, right? So when we went through the process we went through, and we realized that we were short a member, and the votes fell the way they votes. Now, I chose not to make it happen as chairman of the committee at that moment, but at the same point, what I didn't want to do was tamper with the results. All committee members were equal. There is no question that every vote counts, even at the state level. You could be a PhD or not a PhD, but you cast your vote for someone, it stands as is. So what I want to do with my peers was, and I'm making this recommendation solely not based on other than, well, who got the most votes? Staff set the rules with a witness from the ARC, and he says, well, who are the top two? Now, had they been, who are your top two? If they said, who is your top one, then I would have relied solely on the Board of Commissioners to solve that tie. But in this case, because staff, I let them set the rules, I just watched how they played their hand, I said, okay, game, let it be. So you had one firm, VHB got 4 votes. One firm, Jacobs, got 3 votes. And of course, Modern Mobility, all-woman firm, got 1. 4, 3, 1, those were the total points. All I offered up was a recommendation to stick with the tabulation. Don't nudge it, don't reinterpret it, don't start over, because then it's like our elections, our tabulations get questionable. And I don't, out of my committee, I never want that. What the votes were the votes. Just like with Connect Douglas, the day that we actually voted, we did the same thing, the oral presentations. That called Mike Mulcair at 6 o'clock that morning, and only Henry knew I'm getting on a slab for my eye surgery. Mike was like, what? And I said, no, you got to move forward. Whatever the results is, call it. But you're the chair. Doesn't matter. Call it. And it is what it is. So I'm being consistent as we handle things. Like, no, don't tamper. You guys go look at the tape. And this was important. So it just seemed like there was some suggestions you guys were playing with this. Staff was nudging. I won't go there because I'm tired. They were playing with this. It's like, no, I'm not going to let y'all compromise this. And that's one point, we're talking about ourselves like, no, I've always said, no, it's staff. It's like me and Commissioner Mulcair used to say, shenanigans. And we're not rambling, we're just saying, no, we got to let this out. It's shenanigans. It's like, don't do that. You got this man sitting here looking at y'all, and y'all pushing back on me and thinking it's okay, and y'all gonna try to twist the results of this and try to get it to the full board, and then you got people trying to nudge it. Well, we're gonna give it to the staff. Well, they vote. It's like, I can't believe y'all would compromise your own household. And that's the point that you hear me impassioned about. No, I'm not going out like that. I'll get out this car before I let y'all take me off the cliff. I won't y'all burn down your own house, but it's like I got a water hose. Some of the behavior is self-sabotaging. It's like, I don't care, I'll cut, like I've heard people say, I'll cut my nose off, spite my face. Well, okay, good. I mean, maybe that's what you needed, but I'm gonna stay over here. But some of the behaviors like, come on, what is the greater good, ladies and gentlemen? Do the greater good, keep us integritous. Back to the character, like, no, we're allowed with our First Amendment. They're the ones that need to be evaluated. Those are the ones I want to see their evaluation versus walking there with $30,000, $20,000, $50,000 raises. You're going to beat up these little people making minimum wage and hold them to accountable, but yet you let these guys slide? So that's why I'm like, no, I'll deal with them myself. It's that type of, okay, so here we are. That's important. So you're right, we do expect better. Right? Because it's not about us. We're allowed to all represent and weigh in from our 5 corners, and it's what it is. We're all over the place. That's okay. That's the collective voice of us. America is not the same. It ain't gonna be no cookie cutters. This is who we are. We all are who we are. That being said, I've given my commentary, and I yield back.
Any other comment from the board? Commissioner Guider?
Yes, Director Valentine, would you come, please? I did watch the film, and from what I saw in the film, you didn't really take a vote of the first two. You just said, we'll take the top two and decide. There wasn't really a vote of the second, of the top two. You would just take the top two and then decide with that. Is that not correct? That's what I saw in the film.
We narrowed, we essentially eliminated 2 of the 4 candidates.
And you just took the top two.
That's correct.
And then you went around the table and each person voted for their choice.
That is
Now,
correct.
there was some ARC people sitting there.
Yes.
And they heard all this, and I heard the man say, well, someone asked, what's your thoughts? And he said, well, I don't usually comment and everything. So he never had any kind of conversation with you as to the procedure or anything?
We had a lot of conversation prior to that time as we were putting together the document to make sure that we followed the proper procedure.
Well, you know, we had the technology assessment, and Jacobs was the top one, and they beat the second place company out by 11 points. And he didn't have anything to say about that?
Well, yeah, essentially, he suggests that whatever we do, whatever the county, whatever decision the county makes, that there be some rationale behind it, that it be defensible. But he recognizes that the board we can make a recommendation as staff, and the board can decide to do something different if.
So he didn't think that this assessment should play into it?
No, he believes that the assessment definitely needs to be a part of it.
Okay. Well, I mean, to me, that's one of the main things, because we make these vendors jump through all these loops in order to bid with us, and then we throw out all that hard work. So it's really just a tie. And I heard Commissioner Robinson say, well, we'll just take it to the board. Well, he took it to the board yesterday, and then he tried to dictate to us how to vote. He was very adamant, and if anybody watches that film, you will see just how adamant he was. He was very condescending to us, telling us, you've got to do this, and you should count the vote, the way the vote went down, and was almost aggressive. And I really wondered at the time, now why in the world is he so, why is he pushing this number 2 company? Well, I looked at all the documents that was attached to the link to the film, and lo and behold, the collaborative firm came out with this THB whatever. This is the same firm that just at our last meeting, he pushed a $100,000 contract without any kind of bid because they had worked for us before. But then he tacked on a $50,000 contract that was for tourism that had nothing to do with transportation. And so it bothers me that this same name keeps popping up when it comes out of the Transportation Committee. But I think and what I said yesterday, I trust your judgment because you're the department of our DOT. I trust Mark Till's judgment because he's an engineer and everything. And I trust this document where the point system, the technology assessment came up very clearly for Jacobs. So I don't see what we're even talking about a vote. The only vote that was taken was for the number one position because y'all just decided in the meeting you were just going to take the top two and discuss those and then vote on those. So there was just one vote taken that I could see. But the fact that the collaborative firm keeps coming up, and I think that's why he's pushing them. And the fact that the ARC man said that this ought to be in the play of the decision. I think we could jeopardize this whole thing. But this is a grant for what, $635,000, right?
500,000.
500,000? Okay, this says 625,000.
Well, there's a 625 is the total contract, 500,000 in federal funds and 125.
And that's
local
why
money.
the ARC people
Correct.
were there,
Correct.
was to make sure that everything was kind of legit. But we graded them. We graded them by all the loops they jumped through. And now we're saying, this doesn't matter. We're not going to have anybody come to Douglas County to bid if we keep doing things like this. This is undermining our whole system. But for someone to try to dictate to me, I wouldn't have probably looked so closely had they not been so rude and condescending and arrogant by telling us that we need to listen. We need to listen and pay attention. Well, I am here to say I am paying attention, and I take offense to what's happening here. And with that, I yield back.
Okay. Thank you so much, Commissioner. Vice Chairman, with a quick rebuttal.
I appreciate it. But this is where it comes down to. When you have, the Headley Group and other people who have multiple runs here, multiple contracts, it's interesting how the good old network gets convenient, that now new people come into, the status quo gets expanded. My job was to simply look your staff in the eye like, so we both were looking at each other like, I'm looking dead at him, he's looking at me. And we're both saying, I'm saying, okay, as an educator, if you're going to, his comments were, because I let your staff drive it. That was the whole point. I didn't. I checked everything he did. So he sits there and he pushed it forth like the technical was there. And he says, okay, well, that's going to be included in our overall. If you want to weight that, you should have put 55 points on that and 45 points on the oral like a standard education university professor would do. I don't have time to teach you what you don't know. I let you play your hand. And that was fine. We just said, be integritous, whatever you do. I didn't push anything. I held them accountable. You don't get to come and interpret my committee on how this runs. We let him drive it. All we said was, be accountable. To your very point. Your words, your approach, your standard. You brought the witness, right? So like I said, I've had this guy working in here, and it's like one of those like, wait a minute, who is this guy? And you're going to add this guy to be a voter in lieu of Gary? That's corrupt. You can't put Gary's an unregistered, meaning Gary is registered. This guy's an unregistered voter. How does he now come into a committee that's like coming into York County and voting in light of you not being there? I didn't know who this guy was. So it goes both ways. That's what I appreciate Madam Goddard, y'all. You got to appreciate her, because that's my point. Now we're going to knock this wall down. Yeah, that monopoly that has been traditionally out here, I get it. I get staff. And it's like, no, it's what it is. We didn't do nothing wrong. It's like you guys simply played your hand. The votes were the votes. You can complain and comply that you didn't win the election or whatever. Okay, whatever. There was nothing done there. It just played the way it played. It played the way, nobody was dictating anything. But what y'all not going to do is be slick. What I won't do is allow you to give my power back over to staff because, like, okay, that's on you. Not in my committee, you're not. How you run your county, your little jurisdiction, your committee is how you do it. Now, if you want to come out with a conformity of rules, sitting on my desk, I've been waiting for it, may not be the time, is a set of rules that the state has for their committees. Oh, it's a beautiful document. If you really want to talk about rules and how we handle this. I was sensitive not to push it. That's why I said take it to the full board. I knew it was going to be political. And I was like, no, I'm going to hold you very accountable for every word, everything you did, every meeting minutes. Like, well, that's what it was. Get the words right. If you want to reframe it to go down a certain path, so be it. Nobody manipulating nothing. I'm just like, no, what you heard me say, no, I'm going to hold you accountable. The very fervor that Madam Chair, like, yeah, okay. Right. Get your words right. Follow the logic. You can't sit here and reinterpret like, okay, I'm too old for that. Whatever. Let that go. It becomes what it is. So the recommendation was simply based on, well, you said the top two. I wrote mine down. I had mine for the camera. I did mine. Everybody did their top two. You added them up. If you didn't think through what you were doing and the outcome you were trying to manufacture, then phooey on you. That was on you. I held you accountable to the process of whatever they submitted. If you wanted to add more points to technical, you should have did it. You want to have less points to oral, you should have did it. Do better than that. That's what I call amateur logic. That right there. Not staff. You're good, Leo. But my point is, don't do that. Don't do that. Anybody looking at that, that's why I kept calling the guy from, like, you paying attention to this? I'm drawing him in, like, are you listening to this? Like, because I want it to be above reproach. That's my whole point. I can't help it because it's becoming more competitive. That's the whole point that we've been advocating for disadvantaged business enterprise. People are being locked out historically. And we're saying it, yes. So if people want to leave the county because whatever they want to do because they don't like what they experience, if people don't, now they've got to compete versus cheat because they had a lock because it wasn't competitive, because they pretty much didn't have to worry about disadvantaged business enterprise or changing margins, then okay, but compete. That's our point. Like, no, look at staff now. So all of this you're saying, like, no, keep running the First Amendment. We'll go deeper. We'll go deeper in this well. Right? That old way of doing business, handshakes. Right? That we now have to put tabulations out there like, why didn't you put a table together? Why didn't you show it versus trying to give this narrative that we did 3 years ago when y'all tried to get that performance contract with no paperwork? When the directors tried to give an oral narrative for a $2.5 million contract. Do you know what I've gone through in 11 years? I've watched everything. I've watched staff pitch 2 chairmen. I just watched it. I just watched how everything moved. Yeah, I talk to people. I tell them, like, look, this is what it is. This is what's going on. I mean, I'm the greatest mentor, greatest educator, because I just sit there. I just tell them what it is. This is how they move. This is what Douglas County's about. This is what it is. Just bid on it. Yeah, because we're making it transparent. Right. So I'm not going to sit here and play this amateur narrative game about, it's like, nah, tell the truth. Tell the truth how the system is locked up. Tell the truth how traditionally people never had a chance, and they're frustrated. And they come to us and they're saying, well, Commissioner Robinson, I said, okay, I'll be right back. Let me hold this committee accountable. I don't care what the outcome was, just not the way they were trying to manipulate it, or manufacture it, or nudge it, or tweak it. That's my job, to check and balance, and I love it. My $200 was about that moment, like, yeah, okay, let's see how this play out. And I just sit there. They know I do. And they're trying to read me. I get it. But no, let the public hear both sides, as they say. Let them decide. But it ain't that type of party. Ain't that type of party. I yield.
Thank you so much,
We got a
Commissioner.
motion.
Certainly, I know we have a motion and second, but I have a comment as well. I want to just talk about initially when I voted, and it's certainly available on TV, television, or should I say on video. Modern Mobility, and then we had to vote again, and then I chose VHB. But of course, yesterday in our meeting, I had an opportunity to realize that there were some documents that I had not had an opportunity to look at, which was that quantitative piece component. I had, certainly qualitative is great. I was highly impressed with BHB. Their presentation was amazing, with a lot of diversity. But again, I was just sidetracked when I saw the evaluation comprehensive piece and look at the scores. There is 11-point spread here in terms of differences, but that was just my concern yesterday. I want to just make that clear because I didn't have an opportunity, and I am the vice chairman of this transportation committee, and this was my first time seeing the document. Maybe I missed it or missed a meeting. Certainly, vice chairman is the chairman of the transportation committee. Did I miss this, or was this done by the staff? Can you speak to this for me, Director Valentin? Just help me on this evaluation of the comprehensive piece, particularly this quantitative component, the cover letter, the project approach. And I mentioned that yesterday in our letter, in our meeting, our work session. Scope of work, project team description, proposed project staffing and experience, results and references, checks, and the schedule, the qualitative assurance procedures, and the budget. Who compiled these numbers?
Those, well, that criteria was what was advertised in the request for proposals. Essentially, we indicated that they had to submit the information that we requested and that we would grade them based on that criteria, but that there would be, in addition, potentially, a presentation that they had to make that could be used as part of the evaluation. The RFP was not specific as to whether we would grant additional points as a result of that. It was silent as it resulted to the presentation. So, like many others, most of the requests for proposals or requests for qualifications that we advertise, when they come in, there is a team of individuals assigned to evaluate the responses. And that's what we did in this case. It was done in-house. It was done by myself and two of my staff who have an engineering or transportation background. And we did the evaluation independent of each other, without consulting with each other. And then we compiled the results. And that was what the spreadsheet was about. That spreadsheet was initially communicated to the Transportation Committee and eventually sent to all the board members.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Guider.
Yes, Director, I want to apologize to you because it seems like when Commissioner Robinson gets in a corner, he attacks, he throws the staff under the bus. He's done it all through this session tonight. And if y'all can't see that, I don't see, you must be blind. But we know that he and Michael Hightower are very good friends. We've given the collaborative firm $400,000 in the last 2 years in contracts. And the way he was so angry and aggressive yesterday and condescending to this whole board about how we had to vote because of his opinion, that's what alerted me. There had to be something behind the scenes. But you have not done anything wrong. You have done your job well, and so has everybody else. But it's just his tendency to blame somebody else when things don't go his way. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Commissioner Guider. Certainly, I would just like to add, I know you said $400,000 for, and I'm just certainly not defending the collaborative firm, but that's a drop in the bucket compared to other contracts that this county awarded prior to me coming into office was probably trillions and millions of dollars. So $400,000 is really not a lot of money. So certainly we can't use that as a lever, but of course, you know, you're entitled to your opinion. But at this time, we're just going to call a motion. I can hear my colleagues saying, let's go.
For character, yeah, real quick, Madam Chair, just a character point. But, point of order. Yeah, but it's the character. The angry black man, it's something from the 20s and 30s. Get over that. That's not what this is about. It's about being, I mean, you wrote those emails early on. I still got copies of them, how, the angry black man. No, you're just not accepting certain things that you see. Like, I've only got one friend here in this county of 150,000, Dr. Robert Watkins, who were roommates. Everything else is business. Yes, you get to know people, but that doesn't make them your friend. Separate the two, right? I mean, we mentioned everybody from the Moorlands who just got acquired, and Mark calls me and said, hey, they need some new business, and everybody else getting their contracts amended, and people getting different things right there in the moment, or we're sitting in the committee and stuff, and everybody's trying to find a third-party independent who we can bring in to evaluate certain things, because, again, this is professional services. It's none of that. Like, stop. I get it. Like, he's angry. No, you just don't have to accept this. I need assistance. You don't have to accept certain behaviors like, nah, it ain't going to be that way, Madam Guider. I now hang on. I get your pedigree. Hang in there. You'll remain the same. I respect you as is. This shit has shifted. It's gone. And I get it, but to sit there, it's not so much as the person. So you keep making it about the person. It's all about, it's just, it's like, nah, I get to be that guy that's bold and educated and says, no, I'm just not going to do it that way. It's not to be mean. It's not to be, it just stands there and says, but I'm looking at a system that's 150 years old. It just ain't going to move that easy. And it's acting like today, I pretty much wasn't trying to change my meeting. Y'all can appreciate my peers. And it's like, didn't I say last week I didn't want to only come in here during certain days? That I only want to have my meeting when I want to have it, and the system act like it didn't hear. And it's like, I only come in here during certain days. So if I have to get to a place of you're not listening, that I have to repeat myself to a director who is sitting across from me, that thinking you saying it 4 different ways is going to change what I said last week, for the convenience of what I need to get before the Board of Commissioners quickly. Well, the committee is not for him. It's for me to get buy-in from Madam Chair before we get to the full board. I don't have time for amateur logic. Do better. Not certain who you're used to dealing with. I'm good. Not arrogant. Look at it. Everything. He's black. He's arrogant. Everything. Right, Madam Chair. I guess it has to be for the record. It lets you know this is historically the spirit is speaking. Like, yes, there it is. Everything that you're about, like, is being drawn out. There it is. There it is. Everything that you're about, like, no, you don't get to say it's this and it's really that. You don't get to define my reality. I don't need to be liked. I don't need to be affirmed. Like, I appreciate that. But okay, call the question. I yield, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. We have a
Yeah,
Commissioner Mitchell.
I had fallen asleep back there. Stop. I'm just kidding. No, but just one quick question, though, Director Valentina. Let me ask just one quick question, and this will be it. This particular project, or this particular thing here, if we didn't vote on this today and moved it back to committee to get some further clarification, would that affect this project any form of fashion, or is it time sensitive is what I'm getting at?
It would just delay it by however long it takes to make a decision, but...
Because my thoughts are, because there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of misunderstanding, and call it what you want to call it, as to how we got to this point. And I'm trying to not throw the baby out with the bathwater. So in doing such, if doing that, to be in the first meeting, and hopefully by that time the committee would have kind of gathered and worked on the details of what this would be, and then send it back to the full board, is that doable?
From my perspective, yes.
Got it. Okay, I think, Madam Chair, I think that will be I mean, there's a motion on the floor, but so I can't override his motion, but I think that would be the ideal way of actually trying to get through this, to say, Vice Chair, if you would, recant your motion to say, give you guys some more time with this so we can kind of, meet the 12 o'clock deadline that we're fastly approaching. But that would be my recommendation, but I can't speak for Vice Chair. He would, rescind his motion to allow me to make a motion of that sort, to put it back in committee and make that kind of a motion. I don't know, would that be a supportive motion? So that would be my recommendation, but right now, it's kind of on you. Oh, I yield.
Okay. You yield. Okay. Vice Chairman, you want to rescind your motion, or you want to keep pressing? She's gone. She's faded.
I'm the only one who hasn't said anything because I want us to leave tonight. However,
No, don't say that word. Leave.
I think staff wants to go home and eat. I'm not the only one. See, they say yes. It's a yes.
Support that
I watched the video, so I saw the presentations, and both were good. VHB was a little better, so I do understand why Madam Chair and the chairman went with VHB. I actually watched it this morning. However, as long as they both meet DBE requirements, as long as they are, has Director Miguel, has VHB done work with the county before? To your knowledge?
Yes, yes, they have. They've done some design work for us.
Did they do a good job?
They did a good job.
Has Jacobs done work for the county before?
They have done work for us as well.
Yeah, they've done a lot of work for us.
Mhm.
Yes. So I would be inclined to say, whichever way we go, we're going to get a good result. Would you say that as well?
Frankly, based on the background and qualification of all the firms,
all
of the firms would be capable of doing a good job. But we're looking for better than good.
We are. We're looking for better than good. So with that being said, if my chairman and my vice chair says VHB, then I think we should go ahead and take the vote.
Okay. That kind of shut me up.
I think we have a motion and a second.
There has been a motion and a second.
Motion on the floor. Did you second it, Madam
Okay,
Chair?
we have,
Oh, you seconded.
we have a motion and a second. Please, again? Wow. We have a motion and a second. Please prepare to cast your votes for VHB.
By hand.
By
raising your hand.
by raising your right hand. We have a 4-1 vote, and the motion carries. All right, we're going to move on. All right, next we have our new business, which is reappointment of Julian Carter to the Personnel Review Board, effective immediately. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We have a motion and a second. Please prepare to cast your votes. Can we do that now?
Yes, electronically, yes.
We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries. Tab number 12, authorization to approve compensation recommended by the Superior Court judges for the Chief Juvenile Court Judge effective January 1, 2020. Do we have a motion to approve? We have a second? Anybody? Second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? We have a motion and a second. Please prepare to cast your votes. Oh, the color's changed.
Yeah.
Okay. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote and the motion carries. Board of Commissioners, I'm going to move on to the consent agenda. And please be advised that all items are subject to final legal review. Tab number 13, authorization to approve an MOU with Happy Tails Pet Therapy to provide qualified teams for animal-assisted activity, read with a pet program at the Lithia Springs Public Library, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Tab number 14, authorization to approve change order number 7 with Motorola Solutions for the Public Safety P-25 radio system, and the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Tab number 15, authorization to approve a contract with AT&T for the AT&T Viper E911 telephone system for the backup E911 center, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Tab number 16, authorization to accept a donation from Keep Georgia Beautiful Georgia Power in the amount of $475 for the Keep Douglas County Beautiful and amend the budget. Tab number 17, authorization to pay Carter Watkins $22,453.42 in additional rebid and redesign fees for the addition to the Douglas County Transportation Center. Tab number 18, authorization to submit the road resurfacing list attached to GDOT to be funded from the 2020 LMIG program grant with $500,000 local match allocation from the 2016 SPLOST, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Tab number 19, authorization to approve amendment number 2 of the right-of-way acquisition funding contract with GDOT on the Lee Road widening project, Phase 2, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Tab number 20, authorization to approve a second amendment to the ground lease and MOL with TowerCom LLC to add a 10-foot utility easement for parcel leased at 1765 Wortham Road, Douglasville, Georgia, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Tab number 21, authorization to award proposals for website design and development solicitation 19-023 to Civic Plus for the Civic Engage Content Management System, CMS, for a total cost not to exceed $125,000 as recommended by the program committee, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Tab number 22, authorization to approve a four-year SunTrust master lease agreement at a rate of 2.21% and a principal amount of $424,683.17 for patrol cars, equipment refresh, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents subject to final legal review. And last but not least, tab number 23, authorization to renew agreement with Dr. Raymond L. Fowler, MD, FACEP, to serve as medical director for the Douglas County Fire and EMS Department, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Board of Commissioners, this concludes our consent agendas. Do we have a motion to approve?
So move.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on any item? We have a motion and a second. Please prepare to cast your votes. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote and the motion carries. Next, we have approval of expenses. Board of Commissioners, you have.
Point of order?
Yes.
I'd like to take mine out. Sherry brought something up that I need to.
Say that again.
Sherry brought something to me right at the end of the day that I want to take mine off, so remove my expenses.
Do we,
Just remove them.
do we need a motion for that or just remove them?
Ken?
Ken, need your assistance.
It's an agenda item. I think if the commissioner wants it removed, he can just ask it
Okay.
to be removed.
Okay, we'll just remove it. I'm just trying to make sure I follow protocol. Okay, Board of Commissioners, you have two expenses. We have approval of Commissioner Carthen's expenses. You see it in writing, and approval of Commissioner Guider's expenses. Do we have a motion to approve these expenses?
So moved.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? We have a motion and a second. Please prepare to cast your votes for approval of the expenses. What happened?
Because it's going to have to be a hand vote because we moved.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote in the... Oh, right, okay. We have a 4-0 unanimous vote and the motion carries.
You have a 4 and an abstain, he said.
Yeah, one abstain, yes. Okay. Last but not least, we have our announcements, and our announcements, our communications director left, so I will just read those for us tonight. Before I read, any announcements from our Board of Commissioners? Y'all have anything coming up in your districts?
No, just a Merry Christmas.
Okay, Merry Christmas. Okay, the Douglas County 150th birthday party celebration kickoff will be January 16, 2020 at 11:30 a.m. at the Douglasville Conference Center located at 6700 Church Street, Douglasville, Georgia 30134. The public is invited to attend. For more information, contact Tiffany Stewart Stanley at tstewartstanley@co.douglas.ga.us. Next, as a holiday present, Connect Douglas is offering free rides for the month of December for Douglas County residents and visitors. Connect Douglas services operate Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. and Saturday 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. For schedule and pickup locations, information go to www.connectdouglas.com or call 770-949-7665. And hit option 5, and then contact Connect Douglas at 770-949-7665. Last but not least, the Douglas County Courthouse will be closed Tuesday, December 24th, and Wednesday, December 25th, in observance of the Christmas holidays. The courthouse will also be closed Wednesday, January 1st, in observance of the New Year's holiday. Douglas County Fire and EMS, Sheriff's Office, and E911 will be open, as always, to protect and serve the residents of Douglas County. Board of Commissioners, that concludes the announcements. Are there any other announcements to come before this board? If there's nothing else to come before this body, this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.